You're not quite in frame right now. There you are.
Welcome
Greetings.
to day 2 of the draft.
Hello.
I will be back in about 5 minutes. I have to go grab food.
He will return. Where's the transition scene? Whatever. Like Batman logo.
Don't blow everything up while I'm gone.
I probably won't.
Probably.
Probably won't.
Alright.
All right. We'll be back here in a bit. So, now you're stuck with me for a little bit. Not too long, though. So, how is everybody? There's a lot of things I'm looking forward to, specifically with what the Browns are going to be doing with their 2 picks in the top 5 of the second round, because who knows what they're going to be doing. They're a bit confusing because Travis Hunter was right there. I guess they just didn't see him as the piece that they needed at the time, I guess. But also, Travis Hunter is Travis Hunter, bro. You don't just pass up on him. I will admit this, though. Being a Husker fan, I didn't like Travis Hunter. But stepping out of the lens of a Husker fan and actually just watching him play, he's phenomenal. He's a great player. And I'm excited to see what he does for Jacksonville. Please use him right, because Jacksonville has a very bad habit of being good 1 year and then just sucking for the rest of the years. It's kind of bad. But, whoop-de-doo. So we got about a half hour until the second round starts. Those who are just jumping in, Will is getting food right now, so you're kind of stuck with me for the moment. Yay! So, let's see here. There are a few things that I am surprised about, that I'm not surprised about. I do want to talk about the Jackson Dart pick for the Giants in the first round. Some people say it was a smart move. Some people say it was the dumbest move they could possibly do, and why would you pass on Shedeur Sanders? Looking at it from the lens of the Giants already have technically 2 starting caliber quarterbacks already, one on a 1 year, one on a 2 year deal. It's kind of pointless to get a quarterback who's technically day 1 ready. Shedeur Sanders has been hyped up to be day 1 ready. I have to see that, like, in action, obviously. I can't just assume that he's going to be bad or assume he's going to be good. So all this is speculation. I don't think the Jackson Dart pick was bad. I don't think it was the move, because I think you could have picked him up later if you were really wanting a quarterback. Then again, there were other teams like the Steelers who could be looking for a rookie quarterback, or you could have other pieces to help support, whether it be a weapon or safeties or corners for the Giants. The Giants need help in almost every capacity. The last couple things they need is probably like that defensive line. That D-line is turning out to be a little scary, I'm not going to lie. It'll be interesting seeing the Giants being somewhat competitive on defense for once. Well, they have sort of been, just not, they don't strike as much fear as they used to. Because, everybody has their heyday. But also, Dr. Pepper, that's the best drink in the world. No one can convince me otherwise. Honestly, looking at it from a wider perspective, I don't think there's a team who's necessarily lost anything in this draft. If it has been, it'd probably be the Falcons, maybe the Giants if you really think about it, or like if you think about it a different way, or the Browns. I'd say those are the three teams that would be considered losing teams in this draft so far. I mean, even then, they still got pieces that they desperately needed. It wasn't like a weird overhaul where they just for some reason forgot to draft somebody that they needed that was like right there for the taking. But I don't know. There hasn't really been a loser. Winners this draft? Jacksonville. I say the Travis Hunter pick was pretty smart. I would also say Eagles got a steal with Jahi Campbell. They got a steal right there. I think the Bills getting Hairston was a very great move. Was a very good move because I don't know. I was talking about with Will. I know he's going to be here soon. He was talking about how he's seen like his combine and everything, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to go check that out myself. I saw that man's combine, and I said, you know what, he's going to be a really good corner in the NFL. Maybe not immediate, but he will be a great corner in the NFL. I cannot wait to see that man play against like top receivers. It's going to be fun to watch. The Bills are probably going to be a little scary on defense again. Probably not as scary as a couple years or so ago. I don't remember that defense lineup, but it was really good one year. Other than that, I don't know if there was any major steals, I want to say. I might be blanking on some, but yeah, I'm probably blanking on a couple. I might have to look it up, but overall, I'm not upset about how the draft went so far. Actually, it's kind of what I expected to happen because I had Shedeur dropping out of the first round. A lot of people are upset about that, and I say, Will is back. He has his Arby's. I was just talking about how I was expecting Shedeur to drop out of the second round.
The second?
Or the first round.
Oh, okay.
The Jackson Dart trade, the trade up to get Jackson Dart from the Giants trading up to get Jackson Dart in the first round. That wasn't a complete mishap. I'd say it wasn't the smartest move, but it wasn't the worst.
For the Giants?
For the Giants. Like, it wasn't the worst.
I think it was about as expected. I figured they were...
If they were really scared about somebody taking Jackson Dart, then that makes sense.
I mean, Rams, Browns, Raiders, Saints, any team that is looking at potentially a quarterback who needs time to sit.
Yes. Quite indeed.
And so even the Steelers like potentially could have made that move, so now the real question is, will Shedeur be the next quarterback off the board or not? Or does Milroe go before him as well?
If Milroe went before Shedeur, I would laugh at the fact because somebody thought Milroe was better than Shedeur, but also the fact that Shedeur fell even further.
I can see it because I think as a starting quarterback this year, Shedeur would probably be the second best starting quarterback this year.
Oh,
but
yeah.
The reason Dart and Milroe could go before is because they're first round potential development players.
Yeah. There are projects. There's something to work.
So, Shadur going later, and Milrow and Dart going earlier, is because they're viewed completely differently. And
Yeah.
again, Shadur, I think second round as a starting quarterback. Like he's a second round caliber starting quarterback, while the other two, they're not better right now, but their ceiling is higher.
So we're starting to see some of the highlights from certain players. I think that was Hendrickson.
That was, I think that one was Judkins.
Was that Judkins? Okay.
Ohio State having Judkins and Henderson going pro
Steal.
at the same time, though.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
You got those two. I know. I heard from my brother earlier that he was like, I would love to have Scadaboo, and I'm like, I think a lot of people would love to have Scadaboo. He's was fun to watch, kind of in a similar sense as Tyler Warren, where he was just a do-it-all.
Yeah.
Both ran like Wildcat. I think both had passing touchdowns.
Yes. Yeah.
There's like,
And then they're showing Will Johnson here.
yeah, he's gonna be interesting and might just be a ridiculous steal for someone.
Yeah, because you were talking about how the Patriots, if they're lucky, they'll just pick him up if he falls that far. They're showing Mike Green right here, who could also be picked up by literally anybody that needs any defensive pieces.
He could go very first pick right here with Cleveland.
Oh yeah, because Cleveland's got 2 picks, and then two of the 5 first picks of the second round are Cleveland. They can do a lot here. I'm expecting something crazy to happen.
I think this is just going to be, again, there's potentially 5 first-round caliber players who are still available. They could just get the best guys available and end up with essentially 3 first-round picks.
Yeah, pretty much.
And
question. Do you think players coming from Notre Dame, do you think they're as bad as people say? Because there's a whole speculation that, Notre Dame doesn't really play real teams until like the playoffs. But here last year, they went all the way to the championship. So they went against, what was it?
Ohio State.
Well, I know they went up.
On the way.
Like on the way there. They went up against Penn State. They went up against Indiana. Okay, Indiana's not.
And Texas? I think it was Indiana, Texas.
No, I think Texas was against Ohio State.
Was it?
I thought it was. I could be
Then
wrong.
it would be
I might be wrong. Someone help me here.
Indiana, someone, Penn State.
It wasn't Oregon. Oregon was on
was on the
Ohio
other
State's
side.
side. Was it? It wasn't Alabama. Was it?
No.
I don't think
Alabama did.
No, Alabama didn't make it.
Was it
I'm so
Georgia?
used to Alabama making the playoffs that I'm just like
Did
indifferent.
Georgia make it?
It was Georgia.
Was it?
Yeah, Georgia was the team because they were like, they're not playoff ready or whatever, because their quarterback was kind of interesting.
Yeah. So do you mean in the sense of like
do you think
Notre
that they
Dame
produce
team,
good
or-
talent out of Notre Dame?
I mean,
Because there's
I
a
would
lot of
definitely
people.
argue one of the best safeties in the league right now came out of Notre Dame. And Kyle Hamilton.
Mm-hmm.
So they produced some pretty good tight ends too, some pretty good linemen. They don't produce a lot of great quarterbacks.
No. It's very hard to get a good quarterback from Notre Dame.
Which is something to speak on because I believe Riley Leonard is a prospect this year,
Who is he now?
if I recall correctly. Yeah, Riley Leonard is Notre Dame's quarterback last year is available, so we'll see. He is probably going to be down the board, though.
Yeah.
I'd be
most
surprised.
likely.
I'd be pretty surprised to see him go today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
There's still quite a bit of people there. That's good. Well, if you're going to the draft, I guess you kind of stay there for most, if not all, days.
Yeah, and there's stuff on. They have stuff for each of it, but
I could not imagine staying there. Since, what was it? NFL Fanboy said from like noon to like 7, whatever it was for the
day 3.
I don't think I could do that. Like
Day
as much as I love football, I don't know if I could do that.
It's kind of an all-day thing, so.
Mm-hmm. You really commit to that kind of stuff. So
I would have. No, if we could have. It was a long shot, but if we could have made it, and been at the draft, would have been so cool.
So, I'll let you tell the story because some people. It's not really a story, but
no, it's not a story. I had someone mention that they found that there's media, like obviously there's media that they allow to go to the draft, and sometimes it's content creators, not a lot. But I reached out just to see, because it doesn't hurt, just to see if I could get a response and what that response might be, as far as potentially getting an invite to do it. No expectations, just kind of like worth a shot. But
yeah, if we would have went, honestly, my schedule wouldn't have changed a whole lot. I've been kind of chilling so far this semester. I don't know about you. I haven't been doing too much.
I've been chilling. I know that much.
I don't know. I'm excited for this day 2 because there's a lot of good talent later down this board that people are expecting to make a break for success in the NFL right away. But it all depends on what kind of team they get and kind of what kind of coaches they also receive as a lighting the way, I guess. But
yeah, I'm really interested to see. I think Liam Cohen is going to be a coach that I'm very intrigued to see how he does.
yeah.
But like Schottenheimer, really low expectations. Kellen Moore, kind of middle of the road.
Yeah.
And then there's Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, not Brian Johnson, who have like really high expectations, but Ben Johnson is going to be the one who's the most interesting, because I think he's the one who is expected to have probably the biggest 1-year turnaround.
Yeah, especially for him. I can't wait to see who picks up Scadaboo. That's the player who I want to see. I want to know who picks him. I saw that game. Was it ASU versus was it Texas? I think it was Texas.
The playoff game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They were so close to beating Texas, and honestly, they should have won that game. But a couple mishaps and a couple weird calls from the refs just kind of ruined it. And Scottaboo was literally a one-man wrecking crew. Nobody else on that team was really doing much. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
I was like, what?
They messed up my food. It's fine. Give me the wrong thing. I was like, interesting.
This is why I don't go to Arby's.
It's the first time I've had that happen, but.
Wait, you didn't, was it mobile order or whatever? Not
yeah.
Yeah.
Give me fries instead of jalapeno poppers.
How dare they?
Cry.
How dare you?
How dare they? No, it's fine.
What is it? They were showing some highlights from the little interviews right after their picks. So currently watching Travis Hunter's fit is pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie.
His was very nice.
I liked his suit.
And
I'm not much of a pink person, but
I love the pink.
it suits him. I like it.
Suits.
Ha ha ha. Funny. Sorry.
No, I don't know if you saw the clip though of his interview after he got picked, was going on around pick 9.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And he goes, pause.
Well,
He's like,
pause, wait.
thought that was gonna be
Shador, yeah. I mean, I do like that mentality where he's like he wants to see the success of his friends. I think that's
honestly,
a really cool.
That's
cool
pretty
thing to
much
see.
family to him. Like
Yeah.
the way that's the he's so close with them, and I think that's a large reason why he moved or transferred with them. Is the Sanders are basically family to him, which I
Yeah.
love, and he's viewed as another son to Dion. So
You think he's the favorite son?
he's the favorite. He's not the real one, but he's the favorite.
Mm-hmm.
God, them getting Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, I was actually just talking about that with them. I'm like, the Eagles got to steal with Jahad Campbell.
And I'm not surprised. I saw the board falling. I'm like,
Another
it's
one.
gonna be Campbell, isn't it?
Another one.
Because it's always the SEC guys.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I think that surprised me is it's usually it's also players that they need. Like
Yes.
it's usually like a position of need or someone who's just like ridiculously good, which he is. But like, I don't think anyone had him going linebacker.
No. You might need to. Yeah. No offense, but I don't want to hear you eating. Well, what is it? We're about 5 minutes. I can count 10 minutes out. The amount of fingers I have on my hands combined.
I can't count past 6.
Well, that's a shame. On a good day, I can count past 8.
On a good day.
On a good day. Sorry.
One day I hit 9. I don't know how that happened, and I've never made it back.
That was my peak. Yeah, but I'm really excited to see what they all do with these picks within the first few rounds. The first few picks of this round. Because who what's the order? Cleveland, Giants, Titans, Patriots, Cleveland.
That seems right. Because
Cleveland's is
Well, it's not the Giants anymore though. Now, isn't it? The
oh,
Rams?
no. Oh, actually, it might be the Rams.
Because they traded up, right?
Yeah, it might be actually.
I think.
I could
It'll come around on here.
Somebody tell me I'm wrong.
Or. No, let's do
They're just going through stuff right now. I don't know what they're doing.
No, I was looking at the one on the bottom there.
Yeah, I know.
Cleveland, Houston. Houston, not Rams.
Oh, Houston.
Rams traded
Duh.
with the Falcons. So Cleveland, Houston, Tennessee, Cleveland. Where's the Patriots pick? Patriots are at 38. Okay. Yeah.
I'm vibing with food, bro. I love food.
Food is good.
Food is good.
It's been quiet. How's everyone doing?
No one's really said anything yet, so.
Aha. Yes.
It's a mukbang in here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely planned.
Let me eat. Plus, it's better now than in the middle of a pick.
Mm-hmm.
Just halfway through the pick. Or Cleveland round.
Huh? What'd you say? 7 minutes. Can't come faster.
So you have no predictions as to what this will be?
Not yet. Because I can see Cleveland can go several things, especially with the 2 picks.
Mm.
I can see Will Johnson. I don't know if he'll be first or second, but who would they get? How's their wide receiver room? They have
Not much.
not much.
Jerry Judy.
Oh yeah, that's right. So maybe they go receiver eventually. Maybe not right away, but
They could go Burden.
oh yeah, that's right. Burden's still there. He'd make a great fit for Cleveland.
Maybe. Let's see. I feel like that you're right. There's a lot of things they can go. I feel like one of whether it's this one or the 5th of the round, is gonna be. I feel like they're likely to go running back. But here's the thing: if they go running back, I don't think they go quarterback.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna get a quarterback, you're gonna get someone to help your
So
quarterback.
it's Browns, Texans, Titans, Browns, Raiders.
Yeah,
So we were wrong about the order. My bad.
that's the last one I said.
Oh, was it? I didn't hear it. My bad.
Because they have the Browns are the 1st and the 4th of the round.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many good running backs. I feel like if they get a running back, you go like a lineman or
Yeah.
corner. But if you go quarterback, you're going looking at receiver or lineman.
Yeah.
I feel like
If it's quarterback or receiver, the next one's going to be one of those two, or the opposite. If it's something on the line or a corner, then it's the same thing. They'll have to pair it.
well, the thing is they so what? I was gonna say they like if it's gonna be quarterback of the future, like potential franchise quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
you'd probably want to pick him on the first one, right? But
Yeah.
the who Houston and Tennessee are not gonna take a quarterback, so you really don't have to. Because I was gonna say if it's quarterback, it'd go here, but it doesn't have to, unless someone is unless the Raiders try to move up.
They are not that far.
Yeah,
in the order?
only be a few spots, and they just have to trade up with either Houston or Tennessee. And I think Tennessee could benefit from a trade down, unless they
Well,
maybe they go Burden.
Hmm.
I feel like Burden's gonna end up going top 5 of the round.
probably because those teams need a weapon at some point. Just don't know who would be.
Is Kenneth Grant still available?
Hmm?
No. Oh wait, I'm confused. Falcons, Bills. Oh, it's the top 200 and okay.
Yeah.
It's not top 200 available. It's
Mm-mm.
top 200 with who has and hasn't been picked. I see. Yeah, I think the only way Shadur goes at the top of this round is if you view him as a potential franchise quarterback.
Yeah, that's basically the only thing.
Because if you just view him as a starter, I don't think you take him right here with the position they're in. You don't need to. And you can get a running back who can be good for 4 years and get a quarterback next year.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you give that quarterback a year, you still have 2 years with that quarterback and running back. And you'll have time to get receivers and linemen. But if you get a quarterback right now, you're asking your quarterback to do pretty much everything. And Shadur Shadur's used to not having no line, but he thrived on really good receiver talent.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm curious to see, because besides Burden, who's top receivers left in this round?
Let me see who's still available. So you're gonna have Burden, Trey Harris from Ole Miss,
Yeah.
Ayumanor from Stanford, Isaiah Bond from Texas.
Oh yeah, Bond.
A lot of these guys I don't think are gonna be as top of the second round
No.
players. I think they'll be later and potentially top of the third, but let's see. I don't know. I feel like now it would be funny to see someone like Quinn Ewers or Will Howard jump way up. And I think they could go round 3. Seeing them in round 2 would be shocking. Unless it was like maybe like Quinn Ewers to the Rams later in the second.
That's actually a good fit. I like that.
Maybe.
Ewers to the Rams. That makes a lot of sense for no reason.
Like, oh, probably because it's starting. Yeah, I'm not really sure though. Because you gotta you look at everyone on the board, and as far as quarterbacks who you might think could do something, you got. I mean, and obviously, again, we don't really know, because Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant.
It's true.
But Shadur, Milroe, Ewers, Howard, Gabriel, I think are the players who could potentially turn into something. While I think the rest of them you're kind of looking at just backups.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not a super quarterback heavy class, which a lot of people view as that meaning it's a bad class.
Just because there's not, high-end talent on the quarterback position doesn't mean it's a bad class. Remember the 2020 class where they thought there was going to be some really good quarterback class, and here we are. Wilson is not doing too hot, and Mac Jones is a backup to Trevor Lawrence, who is also not doing too hot.
Trevor Lawrence is the only starter, I believe, still from that class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're about to start here soon.
They should be on the clock here soon, which hopefully they won't take as long as some teams do when they're at the top. But
For real.
We'll see.
They had time to think about this.
They did, but I think there's a lot less stress to make this. There's a lot less stress on this pick than there's like the first overall pick, where the first overall pick, you should know what you're gonna do for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, they still take some time.
Goodell just casually walking out there.
We got some I'm assuming Packers.
Yeah.
Anyone I recognize? Maybe it's not Packers. I don't know. But he's going to give a speech to kick off the
Second day.
second day. Does Shadur go right here? That'd be really anticlimactic if it was. Well, I guess it wouldn't be anticlimactic. Because I think that's a lot of the hype up to this point is, does he go here? What would be anticlimactic for him?
I don't know.
Being picked by the Saints in the second round?
Probably.
Lions exercise 5th-year option for Williams and Hutchinson? Really? You don't say. Let me charger.
Oh, so am I too loud?
Well, I don't have my headphones on, so I don't know.
Okay. Please tell me if I'm loud, because I do not. I don't like it when people eat near me where they're super loud at chewing. So, if that is happening, please tell me, because I know that's annoying.
I can do this.
My jaw also pops whenever I eat too, so that doesn't help.
All right, on the clock. What do we get? 7 minutes now?
Yep.
Is that the goes from 10 to 7 to I don't know what round 3 is. 'Cause I don't think it's also 7. It might be. I'm gonna fix my hair a little bit. That's better. Yeah, the restructuring. So, I think it's obvious that it's not going to be that Deshaun Watson is not going to be the guy going forward.
I would hope so.
I don't even know what they. I mean, he's going to be hurt, but like, what do you even do with him? Because no, he's not good. He's not been good, but he can still be that like. He could still be a bridge quarterback somewhere, which is going to make someone laugh if it happens where, like, say, like, I'm trying to think of an example. The Steelers, they get Aaron Rodgers, they don't get a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime soon. Like, they could pick up Deshaun and have him play for a year, and yeah, people would laugh, but they'd probably still make the playoffs.
Yep. Somehow. Oh, all the way from the UK.
What do they do?
Why did you choose Cleveland of all teams?
Maybe they moved from the UK to Cleveland. Or maybe it was when Cleveland played in the UK. I don't know. Or in England. Who knows?
Yeah, so currently the Browns still have about 4 minutes left. They are taking their sweet time.
They are taking their time, which is to be a little bit more expected. Hello, Thibault. We'll have to have a decision in here soon.
Alright, I'm done. You don't have to listen to me eat. Pick is in. All right, Browns. What are you doing here? I would not be surprised of a Will Johnson pick.
I think right here, if you come up again in a couple picks, you have two guys you want, and you pick the guy who you think is more. If it's a quarterback, I don't think it's here.
No.
Because you don't think a quarterback's going to go in the next two. You pick the guy who you think you're more afraid is going to go here, who's going to be a higher priority.
Mm-hmm.
So, if it is Will Johnson, probably.
Maybe.
If they're not looking at Will Johnson, say they're looking at like a receiver. Maybe not. I think Houston and Tennessee both could go with like a Burden, but I don't know if he does. I don't know if he's really someone you take. I'd be surprised to see him go top of the round.
Who's this guy? Oh, it's
Probably.
It's a Browns Invader selection. Here we go. Please tell us who you are. W. You guys haven't won anything significant in the last 30 years.
This is true.
In 30 years, it was a playoff game. Oh, it's Joe Thomas.
I did not recognize him.
I didn't either. He trying to change. I'm not gonna lie.
Carson Schlesinger?
Schlesinger?
From a linebacker? Really? Okay.
Former walk-on, elite instincts, Logan Wilson in comparison. I don't know how I feel about this one.
Mostly
It's not
because
bad.
I didn't expect him.
Hey, look, Nebraska. Wow.
I didn't view him as somewhat like. If he probably would have been there at 4.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, a lot of Nebraska highlights here. I'm not happy about this. Stop. We know we were not that great that game. Why must you torture me? So they get Graham, Garrett, Schlesinger, and I didn't see the other two. The camera. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah. So there's your first
90 solo tackles in 2024. Led FBS. That's pretty impressive. Maybe that's why they took him.
That just makes me look stupid for saying that there's such a big drop off from Campbell to the next possible.
Oh wow, Texans already have their pick, so that didn't take long.
So what that tells us is that Houston was hoping for someone. Houston was hoping that Cleveland didn't take somebody.
Yeah.
And they didn't, and they were like,
"All right, get him."
They're like, "If he's there, we're
taking him."
So this would not surprise me. I say Will Johnson. I don't know how much further he falls, because like a big Burden would actually be a pretty good addition for them.
Yeah.
All of these teams could use Burden. I think any of these teams could use him.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's who they value here at this point. All right, so they're already.
But they were quick on this.
Yeah, they're quick on this. They're already celebrating and everything, too.
Although, to be fair, they probably had someone in mind and were like, we think we can get him tomorrow. Because this is essentially their first pick.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, my gosh, yeah, it is. Well, they had confidence, so.
Oh, that was.
Yeah. And now they're talking about Tunsil.
Literally just said that, and then afterwards they were showing alignment. I was like, well, who did they take yesterday?
They didn't take anybody.
They didn't take anybody.
All right, Texans have their selection. Who is this? He looks very familiar for some reason.
He does.
Please show me the name. Oh, it's Daniels.
No.
That's not who I thought it was. Never mind. Jaden Higgins from Iowa State.
So they go receiver, but it's
not Burden.
Interesting. Wait, I'm not surprised.
50-50. Nico Collins.
I don't
He's a power
know.
forward.
He's better. He's I think really good with his hand. I don't think Nico Collins is a good comparison.
I haven't seen much of his film, so I can't make an assumption on that part.
But they go and get Higgins, so they do get a receiver, just not the one.
Not the one that we all thought they were going to get. So, Tennessee is on the clock, by the way. Or whoa, Seattle. Seattle is actually on the clock.
Okay.
There's a trade. We got to trade, everybody.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't get to see it. Who do they trade with?
I'm sure they'll show it in a bit. So it's Seattle instead.
Yep, Seattle is number 35.
I need to see where they traded. Where's Seattle? There's Seattle. And I'm guessing they just traded. Actually, I have no idea. Maybe this has it. Nope, that doesn't. I don't know. We'll wait and see. Is it
Because it was the Titans originally was there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see where they are placed.
I don't know if they traded down to 52. Mostly because I have to change that if they did.
They probably did. Just to mess with you, Will. Where would they trade? That's what I want to know.
Who do you take? Who are you trading up for here? In front of the Browns. And
They must. Maybe it's. I don't know. Maybe they go Will Johnson, but at that point, you don't need. Do they need?
You trade up here. So they waited until after Houston had made their selection to move up, and maybe it's because they're trying to jump in front of the Browns. Maybe it's just because they thought the Texans would take them and they didn't. Whoever they're looking for.
Probably. They're probably jumping Cleveland right now. That's probably what's happening.
And see, the thing is, they could get a quarterback here.
Seattle?
Oh, yeah? Sit behind.
Sometimes I keep
Donald?
forgetting that Seattle is one of those teams that need a quarterback in the future.
They do need a quarterback in the future, unless you think it's going to be Darnold. Darnold, I look at his contract more like a Kirk Cousins thing, where you hope he can play good for a few years.
And then hope for the best.
And then hope that someone can take over and he can sit behind him. Pick is in.
Oh. So it was for the Titans. I don't see him on the board at all. So they must have traded down to the 50. What did you said, 54?
Well, so Seattle picks. Seattle's normal pick is still there, which is right after Cincy.
So
how far down did they move?
I don't know.
What did Seattle give up for him? Because maybe it might not have been.
Might not have been much.
It might not have been picks. They could have moved something else potentially. Because this isn't trading back. What this is, so it's third, so like 15 spots, and they didn't. That would be like 15 spots, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 15 spots back, but they didn't even do that. So, what did they give up?
I want to know. Share it with the world.
What's the pick or what's the trade?
What's the word? What's that?
Yes, I don't think this is a receiver.
It can't be. Because they got Cup and Scantling.
And Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
Second.
Oh, so that was not as much as they.
Oh, it was the 52nd. So, but that one. So the 52nd was. Whose was it?
Interesting.
It is 52nd though, so. I'll switch that out. The Chargers pick.
The Chargers. I also just realized that Chicago has 2 picks within 3 picks right after New England.
Yeah, so because of Carolina's.
Yep.
Because of Carolina,
Thanks, Carolina.
They're still getting picks for it, which I thought they might use that to move up, but
Dang, it didn't. I was gonna say this. I if I seem like I'm trying to root for the Bears, it's only because some of my family are Bears fans, and you know, that's about it. I also have some family who are Packers fans and Broncos fans. I think we have a Vikings fan as well. So we're kind of a mix, I would say. I'm just curious to see who they get here because I don't have a lock on this one because Seattle could go for a lot of things here. I wouldn't be surprised with quarterback. The most I'd be surprised with is if they stuck with a weapon. That's what I'd be surprised at if they went weapon.
So where did they go first round? They went.
Oh, Seattle?
Yeah.
They went. It was the. Why can I not remember? I need to look at stuff. Me not thinking. NFL draft day 1 results.
Zabel?
I thought Zabel. Oh no, it might have been Zabel actually.
Did he go here? I don't remember where he went.
So hold on.
Oh, it's Richard Sherman.
Hey, dude. Oh, yeah, it was Zabel.
It was Zabel.
It was
So they got a
Zabel.
lineman.
So I'm curious to see who they take here.
Mike Green. Official guess.
That would be good for
Official
Seattle.
guess. I think that makes a lot of sense as to why he moves up.
All right, Sherman. Who they're picking?
Unless they go Will Johnson, but quarterback also.
I can see a lot of things happening. Well, you try me with a starter corner like Crabtree. That's the result you're gonna get.
He's got a little bit.
Emanwari!
I thought about I mean, I'm surprised a little bit that that's what. Not that he's a bad player or it's a bad pickup. Just the big move up I thought would be. I mean, they like the player.
Yeah, that's why they moved up.
That is why they moved up. So
I like Emanwari, so that's a good pick in my book.
So they pick up a safety, and now we got the Browns back on the clock.
The Browns. Oh. Look at that. So Murphy, Williams, Woolen, Witherspoon, and Emanwari. That's a good defense.
That's a pretty good defensive backfield.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland.
I'm impressed. Well, they got a nice house.
Yeah, so you get the safety who just showed out as an athlete, that doesn't surprise me because they've always kind of gotten just really good athletes at defensive backs. That's what's so anomalous of.
Pick is in for the Browns already.
Tariq Woolen is a freak athlete.
Also, did you say that Amber's having a watch party? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Fun. How's the watch party going, Amber?
But yeah, so they got pick in here. Based off of their picks, I'm gonna say corner edge.
Probably.
I'm not even gonna say a name. I'm just gonna say corner or edge.
Mm-hmm. I also do want to say this though. Joe Thomas, wasn't he a lot bigger than what he is right now?
I mean, so he was a tackle, so it's very typical. Quinshon Judkins, interesting. So they do go a running back.
Oh, nice handshake.
They do go running back.
They do need a running back to replace
They do. I
Chubb.
figured they'd just go all. It seemed like they were just going all in on defense, so I thought they'd make another move for one.
Guess not.
The talent. I'm not surprised.
They do need this guy. They need some explosiveness on the ground, so it's very typical.
So
Hmm.
now we got the Raiders. You get your running back. You could still use receivers, but you could also use. I mean, maybe you pick up a lineman. Corner is still a need. You could get. This wouldn't surprise me if it was Will
Ooh.
Johnson.
Bit of a blurry picture going on over there. But yeah, I.
Will Johnson.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Junkins wasn't always on Ohio State.
Only this last year he was at Ohio State.
This is why I don't like NIL.
But yeah, Will Johnson was like potentially someone who could go at some points was mocked even to the
So
Raiders
Judy
in
and
the first.
Tillman are their receivers.
Yeah, it's not.
Pieces of the puzzle. Not again. He's also 5'11". Dang, he's shorter than I am.
Running backs aren't usually super tall.
No, they usually aren't. But sometimes I keep forgetting how short they are compared to most players.
I think most actually are going to be shorter than you. Most of them.
I know.
The tall ones are like Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
That's about.
Derrick Henry is a one of a kind.
He is. He is huge.
Huge.
But yeah, this could. If I were to hedge a bet, I think the expected thing here is receiver or corner.
Yeah.
But I feel like, oh,
what?
Miami traded up.
Oh, Miami's turn, I guess.
So never mind.
They jumped in front of the Patriots, so they're trying to screw over the Patriots right now.
So what? Because where did they go?
Oh, they went who was it? It wasn't Booker. Booker was someone else.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
Did they go lineman?
I don't.
They didn't trade down in the first round.
Dolphins got Grant. That's who they got. They got a defensive tackle.
Oh, so. My guess would be a defensive back. I think a defensive back would be really beneficial for them right now. But if you are having concerns, especially with Tyreek Hill, I wouldn't be surprised this being receiver, and they still kind of need O-lineman. So that's also very, very possible.
There's a lot of things they could pick here, but I think there's a couple smart picks that you do here.
Yeah, you got some in particular?
I don't know. I can see quite a bit, but here's the 32nd and 143. Raiders got 48th, 98th, and 135th. Okay, so not terrible. Arctic Wolf. A. 37 to 48. All right. Anyways, I'm thinking. The thing is that they do eventually need a Tyreek Hill replacement. I wouldn't be opposed to them getting a receiver here, because that's probably what they're doing here, is screwing over the Patriots, because the Patriots might want a receiver. Might. Depends on what you value at this point.
Are you talking a little?
Oh.
Jonas Savain. Tongue. Yeah, no. I tried.
Jonah. That guy.
My tongue tied. No.
He's pretty good.
He's what, third or I guess fourth guard on the board.
Yeah. I mean, it was bound to happen. The Dolphins were going to try and build up their line anyways because they didn't want Tua to die.
Yeah, I did have. Was it I had or you had them potentially taking Tyler Booker in one of the mocks?
I had Booker one of them. I think the other one was a different one. I don't know who it was.
So yeah,
it might have been Simmons.
A guard is not a bad addition for them.
No, not at all. They need that. All right. So the next four are Patriots, Bears, Saints, and Bears. So Patriots are on the clock right now with less than 4 minutes. I'm curious to see what they do here.
I wish they kept the...
Because the thing is that maybe that's what they were doing, was trying to prevent the Patriots from building up their O-line.
I wish they didn't take the spelling away. I have no idea if that's right.
I didn't get to see it.
Hold on. Look at it. Where is he? That's why I have this. Except where he has it.
So how are we all doing? It's a little quiet in chat, so I just figured I'd ask. Granted, the draft is a little bit earlier today than it was yesterday, so some people are not quite off of work or whatever. Am alive. That's good news. Good news.
I think I got it right. I think I got it.
Yeah, got it.
And who's up now? Patriots?
I'm chilling with R2D2.
Did you get the R2D2?
What'd she do?
There's a thing you can do. Basically, you can, when you stream, you can get like... Hold on.
Will's struggling here. Considering clipping Penguin Men right now to make meme clips. You better. We need some more memes.
Clipping me doing what?
To make memes.
But clipping me of doing... I'm not doing anything.
I think you're doing plenty.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. I can't wait to see him, though. I didn't get to see Grassi's reaction to the Packers picking Golden, though.
You're saying the Star Wars shit is a must, but you're not even a Star Wars person.
He says, I can make any meme.
Go ahead, Arctic, but you're not even a Star Wars person.
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand. Is that what it is? Is that how it goes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not Star Wars, but it's fine.
I know. I'm quoting. I'm quoting stuff.
I'm quoting movies to quote movies, not the one you're talking about, but I'm
still cute, says Amber. R2D2 is amazing.
No, I love R2D2. She's just not a Star Wars person.
Oh, Chopper's the war criminal, though. Hello, and I can agree. Star Wars stuff is a must. Agreed. I grew up on Star Wars.
I don't know if Lith is a big Star Wars person.
I am going to go see Revenge of the Sith on Sunday.
Theaters. Made plans.
Mm-hmm. I cannot wait to see that in theaters. Seeing that for the first time was amazing, but seeing it in a movie theater, though, that's going to be a different experience.
Patriots.
I love Star Wars people.
Patriots pick is in.
Also, there's just I need to watch Andor season 2 when I can. I'm probably going to do that this weekend, but
so do Patriots go? How far does Will Johnson fall?
Johnson is either going to be picked here or Chicago is getting him.
Maybe.
That's where I'm at. I don't think he goes to New Orleans because one of them is going to pick him up first. Unless they're, I love how two streams are almost chatting together at the same time. Well, lag is a wonderful thing. Yeah, I wondered about that.
Well, and the thing that I'm curious is like how, because she's streaming a stream, so a stream has latency, but then she's streaming a stream, which is
also
like
has latency.
It's doubled up latency, which is just really funny to me. But
we must support our fellow streamers.
That we must.
I don't know who these two are. I'm assuming it's something to do with like the youth flag football league or something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
So Goodell's coming out, and for the Patriots, number
double latency
38 pick.
I'm assuming he's the guy on the left is announcing it.
He does have the card, so that would make sense.
Oh, it's the Special Olympics.
Huh.
That's not who I thought. That's not what I thought it would be. Sometimes I forget the amount of partnerships that the NFL does. They do a lot.
That they do. Is he?
Who's actually making the pick here?
He's got a card, so I'm assuming he is making a pick. But
Yeah, but he's just
Goodell's got
chatting.
several.
Yeah, so I'm assuming he's just talking about the Special Olympics and everything in the partnership with the NFL. So,
All right,
that
there
was
you
a
go.
quick cut.
Patriots go.
A unified flag football.
They go with Travion Henderson.
I mean,
Load up in the running back room. It's a good player.
yeah, that's just not who I thought they would.
Yeah, I
here.
mean, again, these running backs are stacked, and I'm not surprised they're going early, even to teams that don't need necessarily them.
I mean, you did talk about how loaded the second round was going to be for running backs. So, I mean, I'm not surprised.
They now have a backfield of Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. So
Henderson's definitely better.
I think
Stevenson
he
was
would be-
good at one point. It's just
he
with
had a
how,
bad year,
yeah,
or a down year, I guess.
he definitely did. So maybe they'll have something on the ground this next year. I'm curious to see what else they do,
And then
because
Chicago's up.
I was about to say Patriots offense last year was pretty bad. So any help on offense would help.
Yeah, there we go.
Now I'm thinking about
So-
it more. It's actually not that bad of a pick now. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really good player. Again, it's just a loaded running back class.
Mhm.
It's not necessarily a need, but also you don't know how long.
Stevenson.
Yeah, you don't know how long you're gonna keep Stevenson.
Yeah, Stevenson might be out in the next couple years, I'd say.
He's a solid running back, but you kind of realize that he's not a do-it-all running back.
No.
He's a very downhill runner. Henderson
So-
gives you some versatility.
May, Henderson, Diggs, Henry, and Campbell. Not bad. Better than what it was last year. I will say that.
You do still need more.
Yeah,
but
it's
you have
the
time.
building blocks of something more for the next couple years or so. But
you have, and it's a Vrabel pick really.
all right, here we go.
It's going.
Chicago's next on the board, with Loveland already picked in the first round. I know a lot of Bears fans who are very upset about the fact that they picked Loveland instead of other players.
What did they want in that
I-
situation?
There were some Bears fans that were thinking we need to get something on the line. We need to get something like on either side of the trenches. Some of them were saying they needed to get somebody in the backfield, like a corner or safety for some reason. There was also some people who were like, we need to get weapons. And weapons was the loudest I've heard, but it wasn't tight end. So
Because you have Colt Kmet, and this,
yeah, you don't need anybody else on the tight end front unless you think they're going to be a good duo threat.
or if you're planning to potentially move on from him, which is if they don't like what they have with Colt Kmet right now,
Mhm.
and they're planning to move on from him after the contract. Which
Yeah.
yes, you bring in Ben Johnson, so maybe he wants someone else in that tight end room. Maybe that's why you go Loveland.
Probably.
Fair, maybe that's his Sam Laporta, but
Maybe.
it just didn't seem like the best fit there. But
No. I mean, if you give Caleb Williams some weapons, he'll probably flourish a little bit more. Oh, the pick is in.
Mhm.
I did not. It just popped up on the screen. I just looked. So I'm curious to see who they pick here. I would not be surprised if they went like
Johnson, Green, Ezewaku, Burden, Amos,
Green and Johnson are probably the two that I'm
Jackson.
picking here.
There's, and this is it's again once you get into the day two, especially
If-
three.
If Johnson falls again, Saints are going to pick him up.
I would think so. I would assume.
I would
so.
hope so.
You go and get Kelvin Banks. They seem pretty excited about who they're getting. I mean, again, I think Green, Ezewaku, and Johnson are still first round caliber players. They have, I know Green and Johnson have their concerns, but
yeah, a lot of those people are drunk.
uh,
Sometimes I keep forgetting that Green Bay is very
oh,
high alcohol. High.
Buddy's gonna get booed.
Who's that?
Assuming I don't recognize who it is, but it's
But he's getting
a
booed.
bear, so he's gonna get booed.
Obviously.
So Bears.
Nobody will ever beat that one Eagles announcer after they won their first Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody will ever beat that.
We drink
Wisconsin. Yeah, y'all are crazy up there.
Let's see.
Oh, it's Des White. That's who it was.
Who
Who do you pick?
you get this, and then you get to pick after the Saints. They go Luther
Burden.
Okay. So
They did get a weapon.
You got the weapon. Now you got 2 weapons. So now you just gotta. You have to be confident in the guys you picked up.
Mm-hmm.
If this is gonna be your move, for the O line, I should specify.
Yes.
30.
They're comparing him to DJ Moore.
Nah.
That's why every time I see those, I'm like, "Hey, Will, is this accurate?" Because he watches more film than I do. So.
Well, and the thing is, no one is very comparable to any, but some of them are just like
Dead on.
no.
Some of them are dead on. Most of them are actually no. Ooh. Was he the one that had off-field issues? Is that
He,
or just attitude issues?
I think his attitude. I forget.
People have been saying one of the receivers in this draft has had.
It was him. I just couldn't remember if it was attitude or what specifically it was.
Yeah, I don't think he did. Did he do anything like bad? I don't think he's done anything terrible. I think he's just.
I can't remember exactly what.
He's a great player. That's all I know about him.
I can't remember exactly what his was. Now we're comparing
to Jalen Reed. Yeah.
Interesting.
All
to
right,
say he's like DJ Moore.
There's your weapons room.
Again,
that's not bad.
If those 2 turn out, DJ Moore and Rome still needs to step up more.
A little bit, yeah.
All right. Saints are up.
All right, Saints. This is the point where I think you should pick Will Johnson.
Good.
I had the Saints picking Will Johnson if they weren't going to pick like a quarterback or a weapon.
Yeah, but you just said the really important thing, which is this could be a quarterback.
Yeah.
It could be, and
we don't know.
And the thing is, I mean, like, if it's going to be any, you kind of assume Shadur because he's day 1 ready, but Kellen Moore could very well develop a quarterback. And maybe you start Spencer Rattler for a bit and you get Milroe, maybe. This could be a few.
I'm curious to see.
Even if you just go with quarterback, this could be a few people. But
and Derek Carr is not indefinitely out either. He's just it's a possibility that he might be out for the season or a bit of the season next year.
The Saints are being really weird about it, but we think likely he's going to be out for a very good long amount of time. They still interesting. Also, Daniel Jeremiah has shown Howard over Milroe is funny. But again,
I mean, I
Milroe
would hope so.
Milroe's ceiling is really high. That's why he rises, is because of his ceiling, not where he's at currently.
He's a big project. You commit to that guy. You don't just pick him and be like, yeah, we'll throw you on the field. You develop him. So pick is in. Let's go. All right, Saints. Let's not be the Aints anymore. That is very loud.
They're happy with something.
Yeah, I was about to say.
They're
They're jumping for joy over there.
Who's
Pick
your
is
guy
in.
here? Who's your guy?
I don't know. Yeah, all of those Packer fans are drunk. It's just, sorry, I'm just.
No, I saw something on the. I saw something on the.
Did I miss something?
I don't know. Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. But I'm not gonna
Not
repeat
something
what
you-
it was.
I was about to say it's not something you repeat on the air,
No.
right? Okay. Oh,
Let's see. So is it a quarterback? Is it just? Is that Ramchick? I didn't get a good look at him. You could go quarterback. You could go just best player. It is.
all right. Here we go.
Could be a lot of things here.
Really,
They go.
Tyler So
They go. Tyler Show
show
from
Tyler Show.
Louisville. Who we didn't even okay. I mean, we had the talk. What if Shadur isn't the next one off the board? I didn't think it would be. This is not who I thought the next one off the board would be.
I don't think anybody did
25.
irresponsibly.
I don't know about this move. You're getting a 25-year-old, and Louisville had a pretty good year, and
Yeah, but
I don't know about this.
Was he worthy of that high?
I don't know about this one.
I mean, I like to be optimistic, but this one's a bit interesting.
I didn't see it coming.
You better hope he selected 3 QBs in first rounds, fewest of any teams. Never drafted a QB that went on to start a playoff game with Saints. So they must be confident in this guy. They have to be.
I guess.
Also, Chicago's next on the board. Nope, not yet. I'm so happy. I want him out of the second round, too.
If he fell out of the trade,
Oh, trade! Bills!
it's not gonna be Shadur.
Let's go!
Never mind.
I don't know who would. Maybe Shador might go to the Rams, maybe? Vegas is down there as well. I don't know.
On the clock.
Also, what are the Bills? What are the Bills doing? Great call.
Trade up here.
Um,
All right. So this is so I'm assuming. All right. Do we have draft or trade details yet?
not quite. I'm looking intently because it was the Bears that were here, right?
Yeah.
The Bears are at the last one on the right.
After the.
So that would be 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that'd be pick 56, I think.
Yep, that adds up. And this is Chicago now.
Yeah, Chicago would be down at 56. So I'm curious to see what the Bills are doing here.
I mean,
Oh, here you go.
Second-
Second round, third round, seventh round, second.
oh,
fourth.
they did both seconds.
Oh,
And it's so both seconds, but they move. One is basically moving down 10 spots, so it's
that's not
bottom of
terrible.
the second to 10th in the third. But
No.
you give up a fourth.
Oh, what the heck? I'm sorry. What is that?
Chicken wing.
Oh,
They're big on their wings.
okay. That just. Sorry, that
It does look
was
a little
not
weird.
what I thought it was.
It does look a little weird.
I am sorry.
it
That's
was
not what I thought it
62.
was. So it's got. What
they-
pick are they on in the second round, and what do the analysts think Shador will end up? They're on the 41st of the second round.
So that'd be what, 9?
Yeah, 9 of the second round. Shador might fall to the Rams or Raiders. If not, he'll probably bump to third round.
You said Rams or Raiders?
Rams or Raiders?
Still overlooking the Steelers.
Where are the Steelers?
Steelers are still a little bit further down.
I was about to say, like that's what I'm saying. Rams or Raiders are right there, so they might pick him up there if they really think he's up to the task. It'd be even funnier if the Steelers picked Milroe, though. Yeah, you're welcome. It's been very interesting so far. I'm curious to see what happens next. Because there's already been like, what, 2-3 trades already?
So second and third round, you get to see a lot more trades. They're not like as big of trades, but you get trades.
Yeah.
You got Josh Palmer. Where was Josh Palmer at last year?
Chargers.
Yes, he was.
I had him in fantasy one year.
Will Johnson is corner edge. I think is a big, especially with them. I think corner edge would be very possible.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many there, but they're falling so much. Which one do you
think they pick up Will Johnson?
I think it's very possible. But I've been saying that's very possible for a while.
Somebody pick up Will Johnson. That's driving me insane.
It could be any of these guys. Lots of corners, lots of edges that are available still.
They traded up for something, so I'm curious. Also, the Jets are next, so maybe they did that on purpose.
I think they did that because the Saints took a quarterback, this makes me think, again, this could be Will Johnson because Saints didn't take him.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why you move up is because they didn't take him, so now you're jumping up for an opportunity to take him.
Goofballs. But
we'll have to see.
Yeah.
It's not how I thought the top of the second round was.
No, this has been so chaotic, and I love it.
I didn't think Schlesinger would be the first one off the board. Higgins going. I saw him going.
Bill selection.
One, but
here we go. What do we got here, guys? Lee Evans.
All right. All right, 41st pick. The Bills are going to go with TJ Sanders.
Ooh. Okay.
So the slide continues for some of these first round guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Interesting. They must see something in him that I don't know. Great guy. Great player. He's got a lot of potential. What other QBs are in this draft that are good other than Ohio State's QB? Ewers from Texas. Who else is there?
Well, okay. Good, depending on your definition of good. We still have Ewers, Dylan Gabriel from Oregon.
Wait, Gabriel, thank you. I was missing somebody in the Big Ten.
Jalen Milroe from Alabama. Shador is still available.
So probably those.
Those are your guys who could maybe I could see turning into like big time starters.
Yeah.
Oh, look who
wow, another Shador Sanders. Pick is in for the Jets.
So they make a pick here, and I don't even know.
I'm a bit concerned.
At some point these guys are gonna go, but we've been expecting it for these
how many
first
picks?
10 picks, and it's not
been
happening.
into the first round. It's been like 15 or 20 to a degree, depending on the player. Because Will Johnson thought he'd be earlier, didn't happen. So we don't know where he's going. Teams are not picking him, and I don't know why. Great player. I understand the issue with was it injury?
He had a less productive year,
or less productive
and
year. That's what it was.
He has injury concerns.
Yeah. So I don't know. I can understand, but he's got a lot of potential. I feel like they're passing up on a decent corner.
Maybe.
That's just my opinion. I don't know. Who knows at this point? Because apparently we don't know what we're talking about, but these teams do.
Do they though?
No, they don't. I don't. Nothing's making sense anymore. I will say this though: I was 7 for 8 on the first 8 picks of the draft, and I'll be happy with that.
Yeah. Well, your first one wrong was McMillan.
Yeah.
And because you thought that was gonna be Walker.
Yeah. I'm glad I was wrong though. I'm glad because McMillan is going to be a really great piece of that offense for Carolina, and he's going to be there for a while. And maybe we'll see Bryce Young actually flourish into somewhat of a competent QB for once. He's shown flashes, and I want him to succeed.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know that his coaching situation has gotten much better.
That you don't want him to succeed, or you just don't think he will succeed?
I just don't think his coaching situation has been improving, which doesn't allow him to get better.
That's why I was asking, because I was like,
I want him to do well because he's gotten so much shit that I want him to actually.
That's why I wanted to clarify, because I was like, because you don't like him, or just because you think the coaching situation there is bad? I do agree. The coaching situation is not ideal there, and I feel bad for him. But also, who are you going to get as a coach at this point? Definitely not whatever they have at the front office there.
I mean, I don't know. You look at maybe if you fire Callahan this year.
Yeah.
Or no, not Callahan.
No, Callahan's with the Titans.
I mix up him and Canales. If you fire Canales. Well, okay, no, I actually don't dislike Canales as much. Callahan I have an issue with.
And Callahan's a bit of an issue.
He was the one I was surprised made it through last year. Canales, if he doesn't do well, he's probably not gonna stick around. And if that's the case, maybe someone like Ken Dorsey gets hired.
Mm-hmm.
Or
not Ken Dorsey.
Who's the Bills OC?
Oh, why can I not remember his name? Let me look.
All right.
Buffalo Bills OC. Joe Brady. That's right, because I was like, yeah. So, who'd you say you thought it was?
Ken Dorsey.
Ken
don't even
Dorsey.
know who.
He is with the Browns? What?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. Was he the guy who was there before, maybe?
He was a former Miami quarterback. I see
I
that, but I'm trying to figure out where he's coaching right now. Or if he even is coaching. That's the other thing. I don't know if he is coaching right now.
Might not be. I don't know.
Not a great career in the NFL.
All right. Jets are rolling out.
I'm going to find out. So he was with the Browns for 2 seasons and the Niners for 2 seasons.
Jets are going.
Jets, who are you going with?
Mason Taylor, tight end.
They do need a tight end.
Yeah, I mean, they were rumored Tyler Warren, so I don't think this is a bad pick. That's not a horrible decision.
He's been the offensive coordinator for the Browns since 2024.
Okay.
Ken Dorsey. Which is not great.
Did it say where he was before?
He was with the Bills.
Yeah, so he was the one who was fired, and then Brady took over, and that was the year where the Bills had a really rough start, and then they turned things around.
Yeah.
So he was the one before.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind.
Previous.
Yeah.
But Mason Taylor, great tight end.
He's tight end 3, I think, in this class.
Oh yeah.
He is son to Jason Taylor.
That's pretty cool. He's going to his his rival, though.
That's awkward.
A little awkward. Family.
49ers.
Oh, 49ers already have their pick. Interesting. The pick is in. Whoop-de-doo.
So they make their pick quickly.
I mean, they probably had an idea of who they were picking here.
What did they do first round?
Oh no! I just realized Will Johnson's still here.
Yeah. Where did they go first round? I forget.
They went Mitchell, or not Mitchell, Mikael Williams.
They did.
Because that's who I thought was going to the Falcons.
Yeah, I could definitely see a corner. I think corner would be really
Julian
good for him
Peterson.
here. Corner.
All right, let's see here.
Someone else. I don't know. Alfred Collins. So we're going back to what is that? Back to back defensive tackles?
Yeah.
No, not back to back.
Not back to back, but
Taylor in there between.
yeah, Taylor, and then so they went O line and then D line.
Or tight. They went D tackle. Or who are you talking about? The draft order? Like the people.
Oh no, never mind. I was mixing two teams. Yes, Niners. They went. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I had a brain fart for some reason. I thought that I had the Cowboys pick on O line for some reason stuck in my head, and I automatically assumed it was the Niners pick for some reason, because brain no works sometimes.
So hopefully I still have this accurate going at least for the next few picks.
We'll see. The Death Star meeting room, bro. A pick is in, by the way.
Dang it. They're flying through these picks.
I'm curious to see what Jerry Boy does here.
If they get Mike Green, I swear.
Would they? It's the smart move, but do you think they would?
I think he would. He said, I feel like he doesn't care about the character concerns. He just sees a good player at a position that they could potentially need. They already had their weird pick.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been known on later rounds to pick players that I am excited to see what they do, and then they go and
not do well.
They go because I think the example, one example. Who is it? What's his name? I've forgotten his name. He was Deuce Vaughn.
Oh yeah, Deuce
went
Vaughn
there, and I wanted to see what he would do, and he's kind of just been buried on the depth chart.
Yep.
Which is unfortunate, but
yeah, Deuce Vaughn was something else. I will say that. Nah, you good, man. Dude, we started at 5:30, so I figured most people would be finishing up work or getting off of work, so welcome.
Yep.
So a bit has happened.
Had a few trades.
Yeah, just a few. Nothing too crazy yet. I guess it depends on who you... Depends on what you define as crazy.
Because we got players falling.
Yes, Will Johnson is still on the board, by the way.
Will Johnson has fallen. Shadur is still falling. But what adds insult to injury on Shadur still falling is a quarterback was taken that wasn't Shadur.
And it wasn't the quarterback we thought would be taken.
It wasn't any of the ones I thought would be taken.
Was it Show?
It was Tyler Show. I believe.
Yeah, Show from Louisville.
I believe is how his name's pronounced. And my question is he just? Do you think he's your best bet to do something this year, or is he actually your quarterback of the future? Do you think? Because I had him probably at quarterback 5 or 6.
Fair.
Because I'm trying to think. So
that's fair.
Let's see. Let me go through. Because Ward, Sanders.
I give gift law. Pursue in your own time. Uh-oh. He made a meme.
Oh,
Probably.
no.
Is it in your DMs? Probably.
I don't know where it would.
Discord.
I don't know where that would be.
That'd be scary.
Maybe in Discord.
You know what would be hilarious?
What?
If the Cowboys picked up Shador.
I
It'd be
feel
the
like-
one thing that they don't need.
I feel like if
What
they go
kind of
Shadur,
actually-
they're gonna
yeah.
like. They just extended Dak. I feel like if you pick up Shadur, you're looking to maybe trade Dak.
But you just signed him though.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I'm like, I don't think they do it.
It would be funny.
It'd be funny, but I just don't think.
It wouldn't be reasonable.
I don't know.
They're saying number one, even though they haven't won anything in the last 30, 35 years.
Number one disappointment.
Yeah, this is our year. Can't wait for those for the first half and actually 3/4 of the year.
Win-
Can't wait for that for the 3/4 of the year.
You win Tyler Booker. What is
Why?
What works with Tyler Booker?
I don't
as a
know.
pick?
That's the thing. They're so chaotic that we just don't know.
I don't know.
There's the Eagle fans going boo. All right, who are they picking?
There you go.
They get an edge.
That's
Donovan is
Eziraku.
Ezuraku.
Where's Dallas?
Not a bad pick.
No, like he was a fringe first guy.
He fell quite a bit. So that means Will Johnson is still up on the board. Poor Will Johnson. Oh, that's a good highlight.
This is like
This is still not what you need though.
I disagree. I definitely think they needed an edge.
Well, I thought they would go like receiver or any weapon.
They do need a receiver and a running back, and they could have gone with either.
So we beat them in the bowl game. So what I'm seeing is our entire team is good enough for the NFL. Probably.
I was like, what are we talking about? And I was like, oh, Boston College. No, yeah, I think this is a pretty solid pick.
The Death Star.
It's
such a weirdly designed room. It doesn't inspire hope. It inspires.
Colts are on the board though.
Oh yeah.
Assuming they don't trade.
Don't trade. Well, the pick is in.
Son of a. They
don't give you time. They just want you to rush.
I'm not even gonna use like any of the on the clocks.
No clocks.
But no, I think the only thing that's surprising is, and it's not really surprising. I think edge there is a good pick because they could have gone first round edge, but they get someone who potentially was a first round caliber edge, middle of the second. I think the thing that's surprising is you didn't go and get a running back.
We're watching NFL.
Yeah. So it's not broadcast. It's live stream.
Live stream, yeah.
So it's through like NFL Plus. So it's technically NFL Network. Yeah.
All right. So Colts have selected their guy. Hey, Jonathan Taylor. What's up, bro?
I do like Jonathan Taylor,
I do too.
except for when he was in college.
What did he do in college?
He went to Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. That's fair. I completely forgot about that. I'm going to be completely honest.
Pain.
Suffering.
All right.
End it.
Colts are got. This would be really funny if it was a running back. He's just like,
That'd be hilarious.
I'm being replaced.
Amber said, what? Oh, they go edge.
Okay.
That's not bad. They do need help. I don't like him. He messed up my fantasy league so bad when I had him in first overall fantasy perfect. Yeah. Jonathan Taylor just went complete bust that year. I don't know why.
Which year was that?
Was that last year or 2 years ago? I don't remember.
Because there was a year he was injured.
But there was also a year where he didn't do a whole lot. I think that might have been this last year.
He had some really good games, and then
but
he was inconsistent.
He was very inconsistent. I think that was the point. But I don't know. But Colts do get an edge, and that's good because the Colts need to fix said defense. So they have Moore, Bynum, Latu, Buckner, and now JT Tuimolo. That's how you pronounce it? I don't know. How do you pronounce that?
It would be.
Oh, Pick is in for the Rams, by the way.
Hold on.
They don't give Will any time at all, apparently.
They said let's go fast.
You did.
Oh, this is the first time I even get to show off the Rams one.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even get a chance to show that one off.
That was the one pick, or the one team that we haven't shown yet, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the only one that hasn't been shown yet. So now
we got everybody.
Yay. But yeah, I think Taylor, because I know he had some good games. I know he had some games where he was the only one doing anything for the Colts. But no, getting an edge it wasn't like no one expected them to get it in the first round.
Mm-mm.
But it is something that could really help build up that D-line because it's getting older and Latu did not do, not that he just, first year he didn't play as much and contribute as much as the likes of like Jared Verse.
Yeah.
But he has.
I agree.
Some guys don't just do well year one and continue to do well. Some of them take time to get there. Some of them don't even play that much their first year. Like Dallas Turner, I don't think even played a whole lot comparatively.
Every player is different. Some hit the ground running. Some completely fold. Some just take a bit. It just depends on who it is, what team they're on, what coaching staff they have, what situation they're in. It's all variables. You can't assume a player will do well or a player will do terribly because you haven't seen them play yet. And also situations are a big thing as well. But there are some things. Well, it's usually, I like to say, during the third year or after, that's when you can start judging players. I think that's pretty fair.
3-4 years.
3 or 4 years is a good assessment. I said at the very beginning when Mac Jones got picked, he was going to be a bust. And look where we are now. And people laughed at me for saying that. So,
I mean, I wasn't.
No, you weren't around at that time when I was talking with certain people.
I didn't exist yet.
Apparently not. I was talking with some friends when that happened, and I said Mac Jones is going to be a bust, and everyone thought I was insane. And I said, no, he's going to be a bust. And look where we are now. To be completely fair, that 2020 QB class was not great. Maybe Trevor Lawrence, if you really want to say he's the best, but even then, he's not been that great.
I mean, he's the only one who's gotten like a second contract with his team.
He's also the starter of a team right now. So, I guess if the shoe fits. I always love this ad. It's just the football flying across the world. But anything that I'm trying to think of anything I'm missing right now. So I know we've talked about Will Johnson forever. Are there any players specifically that we're missing right now that are like considered first rounders that have been dropping besides Will Johnson? What?
Who might potentially go right here?
That could literally be anybody. You have to be
Sanders.
Oh, I mean, Sanders is possible here. I don't know if it's. I don't think it's the Rams now. Now that I'm seeing everything kind of play out, I don't think the Rams take Shador. If anything, I think it's the Raiders. I think the Rams. Wait, didn't the Rams lost a first rounder for next year, or no? They gained a first rounder.
They traded down with the Falcons. Falcons gave up their first next year for.
So if they have their first for next year, if they're really confident in what that QB class is going to offer, maybe that's where they get the quarterback.
The issue is I don't think they're in a situation where they're going to be picking top 5.
They're not going to. I'm just saying if they believe that quarterback class is as deep as they believe it to be, maybe that's where you see a quarterback being taken. But I don't know. Just depends on what they see.
These
Specifically McVay. Sean
these
McVay.
quarterbacks, I think, are more developmental, and the Rams are in a spot where they want a guy to develop behind Stafford. So it might not be here, but I could see them coming away with a quarterback in these first few rounds.
Yeah.
Is it Shedeur? Who knows? But
I think a lot of people are kind of up in the air right now. All right, so we got the Rams on the board right now. They're about to pick.
who's it gonna be?
Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
Do they go a quarterback or do they go
A different position.
someone of more potentially more
Oh, it's
value?
Brockers. Oh. I just didn't see his name and I wasn't really paying attention, if I'm being completely honest. I was more looking at the bar.
Terrence
Ferguson.
Ferguson. So they
Really?
they did potentially need a tight end. Some people mocked them. Colston Loveland in the first round. So
And
tight end
that
isn't-
didn't happen. So,
No, he went way sooner. But
I mean, it's all right.
I think you feel
I'm not mad at this one.
okay. So this
Ooh.
is their first pick though.
Yeah.
I guess. I think as a second pick, I think this is okay, but
If they still had their first rounder,
you
maybe
have
different.
a first rounder next.
Well,
You
look
have
at
an
that.
extra
You
first
got
rounder.
Williams, Nakua, Adams, and Ferguson.
Yeah. Again, and they have another one in however many picks.
Mhm,
Someone down the board.
probably.
But no, I mean, the trade down. And again, I'm not upset with the trade down. I'm just kind of surprised you went with him there. But Ferguson at tight end. I'll get that in here. And how did I type that right? So now we got.
All right, the
who is it,
Cardinals pick is in. They're walking out.
I just typed it. Jeez. Can we calm down?
No,
1 second.
no.
Why were they so fast? They
They were
saw
ready
the pick
for
and they
it.
were like,
Yep.
Someone was instant.
Most of these are pretty instant.
Who did they get last round?
Oh, who did they get? It was no, Harmon went somewhere else. It was an edge, wasn't it?
I was gonna say, Will Johnson finally goes.
Took them long enough.
That's what I was because that one was instant.
Mm-hmm.
With the way that lines up, they had rolled him out pretty much instantly, which means they made that pick probably
Oh, wow.
right after, right as soon as they came on the clock. That one was instant, so they were waiting for that. So he falls all the way to the and that's potentially really good value for the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
But he finally
Cardinals are actually making moves. I'm impressed.
Why can't I remember who they went first round?
Oh, trade.
Texans.
Texans are up next. All right.
All right, let's.
Will is not happy with the amount of things that he has to change.
I mean, I'm fine with the stuff going on. I just there's so much going on. So Texans trade with the Raiders.
Interesting.
This is another trade down.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Raiders.
Raiders
looking at
are right
Johnson
before Baltimore, by the way.
That's where
Pick is in.
All right.
So people have been locking in on their guys so far. Maybe a couple second thoughts, but most of the time it's been pretty instantaneous.
I have a feeling the Raiders were looking at Johnson there, and that's why they moved.
Yeah.
That or who was picked right before?
Cardinals?
Ferguson?
What?
right before Will Johnson was Ferguson.
Oh yeah, the tight end. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what you were saying. Yeah, maybe they were looking at those two players, but I don't know.
Right.
They were probably looking for Will Johnson.
Because
That's probably what they were wanting.
A double trade down like this, unless they're just, I don't know. Maybe it's just really good value. As far as who this could be,
I'm curious. Second round, a third round.
they got a third.
That's not terrible.
You get a third just to move up 10 spots. I mean, I think Texans really know who they want here, so if that's the case, it's worth it. But for the Raiders, that's good value. So, maybe they're just trying to accumulate more later picks.
Probably. Yeah, I don't know. I do think that I'm kind of locked in on the Raiders picking Shedeur Sanders. It makes sense. What?
They just keep him down.
Yeah, they just keep putting him down farther, I guess.
I don't see. I feel like with you have Gino there. I think Gino's a guy who you can have someone sit for a few more years, and you don't need someone who's as ready to take over next year.
I guess. I don't know.
I just really like Milroe to the Raiders, because
that's a project. Yeah, they could take him.
It's because it's not just having someone to sit behind, but it's who is developing him, because he needs a good coach to develop him.
Pete Carroll's a decent coach.
Pete Carroll would be a really good coach to develop him, because look what he's done with Geno Smith and Russell Wilson.
Yep. I mean, Smith is not amazing, but he's definitely better than he has been.
Yeah, because he rejuvenated his career.
Yep.
So could definitely get
a journeyman to a full-time starter.
It gives him a chance. Look what the potential of what he could do. And again, he could give Shedeur that chance as well after falling.
We shall see.
But again, who knows? It's whatever they feel is best. I don't know if you trade, because that's trading behind. That's trading behind the Steelers, and that's really bold if you're looking at quarterback. Because, again,
it's all dependent on what the Steelers do, I guess.
Yeah, but if you're the Raiders and you want a quarterback, you have to assume that they are heavily considering quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean,
so they know what they're doing. Hopefully.
That's why I almost think it's either that or they are just trying to get the best players they can, and they're okay waiting a year on a quarterback.
Also, when does the third round start? Am I going crazy?
What do you mean?
Like, number-wise, was it 64?
64 is the last of the second.
Okay. Because we're on, what, 50...
48.
48? Oh, dang.
So we still got 16. We're halfway through.
And then we have a whole nother round.
Yeah, then we get a whole nother round, which...
Another... So Texans, Bengals, Seahawks, and Broncos are the next four in line.
We do have different opinions on that question. That is for sure. I don't know if you want to give your input first.
For what?
On the question.
What was the question? I didn't see it. Is Shedeur actually good, or is his dad just Deion Sanders? I'm trying to be unbiased here. I'm not looking from a Nebraska lens. I think he's a little overhyped. He definitely has the talent. I don't think he's that good. It helps that his father is Deion Sanders. I think that's what helps. I don't think he deserves I don't think his jersey deserves to be retired.
Oh, Ursery, I don't hate that. I think
they need it.
Pretty good. I like that as a move.
because I agree with what you said about Shador comparing him to other quarterbacks. He's day one ready, but he has a lot lower ceiling than some of the other guys. Like, what was it? You said Cam Ward has a higher ceiling.
Well, yeah, Cam Ward, I think, is just best quarterback in the class.
Yes, but there's a couple others that you said that probably has a higher ceiling.
I think Dylan Gabriel is really slept on. Jalen Milroe, I think, has one.
He
of
is
the
a
highest
crazy
ceilings.
ceiling, but he's so raw that you have to develop him correctly. Otherwise, he's just going to be another bust.
Yeah, because his ceiling, his ceiling is somewhere from he could get up to what Lamar Jackson is. He could be what Anthony Richardson was
Supposed to be.
And
we'll see.
Anthony Richardson obviously hasn't been that, so it's hard for them to get there, and he's even less polished.
Pick is in for the Bengals. So, trying to be as unbiased as I can be, I don't think Shador is that good. He's great, but he's not that good.
I think he can work in a system.
He definitely can. I think the best systems that he could work in is maybe Steelers, maybe. Well, it's a little late for the Browns.
It's a system. He would thrive in a system where he's not asked to do too much and just deal.
Yeah.
He's not I don't think he's gonna ever be that superstar caliber quarterback, but if you put him with some weapons, get him some protection, and just ask him to deal, he can. Now with the 49th pick, the Bengals are picking.
I have more to add on to this.
Oh yeah, but let's get this pick in, and it's Demetrius Knight from South Carolina.
Not bad. To add on to that, I saw a comparison saying that there were people out there who compared Sanders' season last year as like a Joe Burrow-esque season, even though he didn't win a natty, he didn't win his conference. He went 9-3 in a Big 12 conference without Texas and Oklahoma. That's not that impressive, no offense.
So, yeah, Bengals.
You stop that? I think he's talking to you, laughing.
What, at the fact that they got a lineman? What?
No, I think he's telling you to stop laughing at him.
Well, he did say he wanted Scattaboo, which
Scattaboo would be pick us in for Seattle. No rest.
Hold on.
Oh, I was not comparing him to Burrow. I was saying that there were people on the internet comparing his season like a Joe Burrow-esque season
at LSU.
Which I was saying was completely false because, wow, you didn't win the Big 12 conference without Texas and Oklahoma.
I think the only way you can compare them is you argue that Joe Burrow had as good of a season because of the weapons he had, and that's what Shador had. Is he had a good season with the weapons he had. Now, obviously, Joe Burrow was good.
Joe Burrow is so much better.
That's the argument. That's the argument that you can make is the fact that his weapons is what made him good.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's right, but I think that's the only argument you can make.
Yeah. Also, there's been like a weird thing going around where it's like people have been using the race card for Shador. For like the argument is, if it was a white quarterback, you guys would say he was all pizzazz and he's such a great guy and everything. And because he's black, that you just hate him, or no? I just don't think he's good.
There's so many other Cam Ward went first.
If you're gonna really pull that card, Johnny Manziel. I don't need to say more.
I feel like you need to because I'm confused what Johnny Manziel is.
So people are ridiculing other people by saying, because he's black, that's why some people hate him. Because of all the pizzazz and all the bling and everything. Johnny Manziel was the same way. And people still didn't like him. And he didn't prosper in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers had an attitude problem. That's why he dropped so much when he was drafted. Same thing with there's so many other instances that it makes no sense for that argument is what I'm saying.
It doesn't make sense because Cam Ward went number 1.
Exactly. That's another thing. You can't pull that card out. It
No,
doesn't make sense.
I don't know
I
who's
don't
making
un-
that argument, but that's a really bad
No,
argument.
there are
Like,
so
we're
many
just-
people on the internet who are making that argument. And I don't get it.
I've never. It's everything
You
I've
just-
seen has been.
You need to look under like NFL posts or BR Gridiron. Like they're everywhere. Those people are everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I don't spend too. There's always people who.
Yeah,
People make
it's
every
only
sort
his
of-
name. If he didn't have the name, he wouldn't be valued very high.
Well, if you take away the name, he'd probably be picked. He'd probably get picked around where he's gonna get picked. He just wouldn't have the attention he's had.
Yeah.
Because I think the NFL teams are seeing him. They're seeing the play, and that's how they're responding. So
Yeah.
this is where he goes. I feel like is based off of how his play is actually. Which again, I still think he is a potential second round quarterback. Maybe he falls into the third, but I again, there's a world where I think he could have gone first round because of what he can do for an organization. But he's not a superstar
No.
quarterback.
He's also. I just don't like his attitude. That's another thing.
I mean,
but-
he's fancy bling, but he's not. I've seen so much worse attitude players than him.
I know. It's just that's one of the reasons why I don't like Shador. But I will agree, there are so many worse players than Shador.
So Seahawks, you get Zabel and Emin Warrior. I'm liking theirs.
Mhm.
You come on the clock here.
Ooh, this might be where they pick Green.
I mean, if they could get Green, that'd be a really. I mean, I think it's a pretty good class.
Someone please pick Green here. I don't care if it's Carolina or Tennessee. Somebody pick up Green.
I mean, I wouldn't mind if he fell like
Just don't
what
go
is
to
that,
Green Bay.
10 more picks.
I don't.
Oh,
As long as he doesn't go to Green Bay, that's all I care about.
I'd love Baltimore to get him. I'd love.
Well, Baltimore's too far down.
They could move up. They could do it.
Honestly, with how many trades have been going on, that doesn't surprise me.
Round 2 and 3 trades are again they're more common and
Another
less,
one.
like Sean Alexander.
Another one.
Uh,
No Mike Green.
no edge rusher for you. And they might still go corner.
Yeah, they might. Honestly, you guys, specifically the Packers, I wouldn't be surprised if they did pick up Mike Green or who's the corners left. Or at least top corners.
We'll see after this pick. Seahawks are going Arroyo, so they get
Arroyo.
a tight end. Played with Cam Ward. He had a pretty good year.
Yeah. Compared to Noah Fant.
Ironic.
Lol Amber appears. Yeah, because we mentioned Green Bay, and then
It's
she's like,
anytime
"Oh,
Packers.
we're Packers." Anything related to that? Yeah.
Let's see, where's Seattle? Seattle's right here. So we got Arroyo, another tight end. We've had quite a few.
Yeah, the tight ends have been rising in this.
Got a
draft.
lot of second round tight ends,
Mhm.
which is another position like running back where they're not super common in the first round, but second round,
They're all over the place. And
this
yes,
is where your good ones go.
I know you're always listening, Amber. I could say what I want. You can't stop me.
Trade.
Who did Carolina trade with?
Who
They were next.
did they trade with themselves? I'm confused.
They can't trade with themselves. That's
I know.
impossible.
Oh no, Denver was next.
Oh, that's right. Pick is in, by the way.
Well, of course it was. They must have known what they wanted.
Ooh.
Who did they? What's the trade?
Ooh, they might get Mike Green.
Denver traded behind Chicago.
Say Packers and she appears. How late am I? Because I completely forgot. We're not even done with the second round. We still got like 10 more picks in the second round.
So Panthers pick is in.
Packers.
they're really-
Packers.
They're really going. Oh shoot. Okay.
She didn't appear in the room.
And then who's behind the?
Is that McMillan?
Surely not.
Are you sure? Oh no, it's not. It was Chuba Hubbard. Hey,
Who,
Hey, dude. What's up, bro?
They traded with Denver, right?
Yeah.
So Denver moved back. All right, Panthers go. Scorton. I forgot he was on the board.
Not a bad pick.
Be honest.
Impressive. A lot of these guys, a lot of these teams are doing pretty well. A bit confusing to some, but
wasn't the edge that I was looking at, which is okay. I'm fine with that. Fine with that.
oh, I forgot he was on Purdue. That was the one guy that we couldn't stop at all. Scorn just tore through our line like it was nothing.
So they go Scorton. Did I type that right?
It's score, but then score.
I
Yeah.
hit a bunch of buttons.
Yeah, you good. But smart pick. Smart pick.
I want to check Arctic's thing after the round ends.
Oh,
I don't know how much. I forget how much pause they have between.
Yeah.
I think Scorton was more effective with the stopping the run. I think is kind of where he specializes, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I mix him up with, with several. A&M has a few guys on the line in this class, and I've mixed them up a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
So Pig is in for the Titans. Okay.
Some of those people in the crowd are wild.
Titans are here.
All right, Titans, what are you picking?
What do Packers go with in 2 picks? Because I know, like...
The smart move would be...
Revel has fallen a bit.
Oh, yeah, Revel.
Revel and Amos.
Revel, Amos, or Green. One of those 3.
Could also be a lineman. I wouldn't be surprised if they took
fair.
a second-round lineman for... Titans...
Oh.
Oladejo from...
Oladejo. Interesting.
UCLA. So they go edge.
Juicy.
They go edge, but not Mike Green.
Why are people passing up Mike Green?
Again, different level of competition and off-the-field concerns. And he's a little bit lighter, too, so he has concerns.
Oh, no, Nebraska highlights, great.
Well, that's when you run it at him. So, Titans.
Don't remind me. Ooh, yeah, he was completely destroyed there.
So I think I got that. Now Tampa Bay's on the clock. And for the first time, I might actually get to have this up. I can find it.
Nope, Tampa Bay's pick is in.
God damn it.
Gosh darn it.
I was so close.
Close enough. I can see a couple things happening here, but I'm not entirely sure. This is one of those ones where I'm not confident in at all. Anything on defense would be good.
You didn't go. You went receiver round 1, so.
Also, the 4 would be Buccaneers, Packers, Chargers, and Bears as the next 4 to pick. Buccaneers being the one right now. What do you do here as a Buccaneers?
Best defensive guy there.
Green. I don't know. Like it. I don't know what that front office is doing.
I mean, everyone. It seems like a consensus that he. It seems like consensus if he's continuing to fall. He's halfway through the second now.
Yeah, so he might be picked up a lot later, I guess.
It just means there's concerns with him, whatever it might be. There's something that is causing teams to pass on him, and it's as a collective. So they know something we don't, or think something that we don't have the same sight on.
We don't have knowledge, apparently.
I know nothing.
We know nothing.
And I'm just saying, I would love I mean, okay, I'm curious to see what Baltimore does. I don't feel like Green is a typical Packers pick.
No, but it's a smart move if they do. I think he has the potential, but obviously with what's been happening with him, I don't know.
I don't think he's gonna fit too well, but I mean they could go with it, but
Mm-hmm.
we'll have to see while they're showing commercials. Looking over and seeing Buffalo's taking Sanders, I'm like, what? Not the right different Sanders.
The other Sanders.
It's like Buffalo picked Sanders. Why is he listed as defensive tackle? What's going on? Wait a minute.
Not the right one.
Wait a minute.
Dang it.
You know, it'd be really funny if Shiloh got picked before.
That would be hilarious, and he's the worst of the two. That's the thing.
Yeah, but like positional value. And I don't know if you saw the it was going around a bit that about Shiloh going, man, if this is happening to him, what are they gonna do to me? Like if he's falling, who? And I'm
Well, that's because Shiloh isn't that good.
He wasn't great, and he also he injured himself last year, didn't he? And against
a little bit.
Nebraska, didn't he hurt his shoulder
Just a little bit.
on a tackle? I think I actually got a picture of that one.
Did you get a picture of that one?
I was shooting for that game, and I think I got.
Oh, that's right.
I think I got a picture of the play where he hurt his shoulder, and I think I remember that.
We do not condone the promotion of injury.
No, I'm not saying that it's like, yay, he got injured.
It's more of the that's.
I just remember that happening and going, wait, I think I got a picture of.
You were there.
Um.
Also, Bucky Irving has been a great addition to the Buccaneers.
I liked him coming out of college, and he went there, and I was like, okay, and then they let him play, and I was like, yes.
All right, Buccaneers. Do not disappoint.
I mean, it could be a lot of things, so it's hard to disappoint.
Oh, it's Rice. Simeon Rice, specifically.
Not Jerry Rice.
Not the other one.
All right.
There's Dan Campbell.
Buccaneers go Benjamin Morrison.
Well, they did need somebody.
He was one of the guys who was projected higher in the second, so I do think that's a good. Again, they just need defense, which is why it was so weird that they went.
All right, Green Bay is now up on the board unless they trade.
Trade with my Ravens.
Do it. He won't.
Give me Mike Green. Give him to me. Although, again, I don't know that they'll go with him because if he really has character concerns,
Pick us in.
That was quick. It's gonna be, I think, corner edge.
Corner edge is probably the most likely, I'd say.
It's just who's the best corner edge available in their eyes, and that's who they're going with here. And to me, I think that's what it is here. And like it could be a corner. It's just whichever you like of the two. Amos, I think, would make a lot of sense for them here.
Mm-hmm.
I have to look at what other corners are available.
Guy was chugging his beer. All right. Let's see what the Packers do here. It's getting a little chaotic over there.
Oh, yeah, that's what you get. So you got Revel, Amos, Porter.
Oh,
Isaiah
yeah, Porter.
Thomas are all potential corners. And then edges, you're going to have...
Green and Golden. Look at the poster.
Yeah,
Green and Golden.
that seems to be a popular thing going around. And then for edges, Sawyer, Landon Jackson, I absolutely could see him going here. That might be. This might be Landon Jackson.
You kind of locking it in and Landon Jackson then?
I could see it. I don't know that that's where they're gonna, because I do really think Amos would be really good for them. I'm between kind of Amos and Landon Jackson, and I feel like Amos might be more of a.
It's
Packers
Jordy
pick.
Nelson.
My boy Jordy.
Jordan Nelson. All right, here we go.
Yeah, who's it gonna be? It's gonna be Amos, Jackson, Porter, or somebody else.
There's green and golden in the background.
Oh. What's it gonna be? Anthony Belton?
Belton?
They go lineman. Really? And I think that's funny because I did mention earlier that they might just go tackle or lineman, O-lineman instead of a corner and edge. Interesting. I still think they have a need for tack or edge and corner, and there are guys available. I'm not just saying Mike Green. But again, the way they draft tackle is not surprising. Or it's not super surprising. They do like their tackles.
I feel like there was more of an incentive to go defense.
Yeah, but I mean, we learned from last year that that's not necessarily how they go.
All right, Amber, tell us how you feel.
Amber's gonna go. Who's that?
Probably, but I need to see.
Built-in.
She said, I don't know, Lamau.
Yeah, that seems about right. So Chargers are up.
Interesting.
Maybe I have time.
Pick is in.
God damn it.
At this point, I just assume pick is in. I saw Twitter before y'all. I don't know, yeah. I'm not surprised. Like, why Green Bay? Why?
Again, I don't think tackle is a top 5 need. I don't think it was your top 3.
No.
You addressed receiver. You're focusing offense.
Mm-hmm.
I think corner and edge are more important. Again, maybe you don't think corner because I know that there's a few who like Porter, and you might be able to get him later. But I mean,
Melvin
Jackson.
Gordon.
Oh, I haven't seen his name in a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I'm
All right, here we go. Chargers are selecting
with 55. Trey
Harris.
They go out and get a receiver. So you get receiver and running back.
Good.
First 2 picks. They needed weapons.
Not bad.
Still could use D linemen, but
yeah,
I think they got some time for that.
There's probably enough talent to go around later, right?
You'd hope so. That's the hope.
Well, there's a guy named Ty Robinson sitting in the draft right now. I think it'd be really cool if somebody picked up Ty Robinson.
You'd love to see him get called on day or in round 2.
Me too. I would love that. Ty Robinson's really good.
So you got Hampton and Harris with
2 Harrises.
Oh,
McConkey, Hampton, and Herbert.
Oh, that's going to get so confusing. Najee Harris and Trey Harris with Ladd McConkey and Marin Hampton.
It's not.
I mean,
it's looking better.
It's going to depend on how.
I'm curious to see how Harbaugh is going to play these things out.
It depends on how well the young guys develop or how they turn out. The Bears already have their pick. There. So, yeah, it's going to depend on the young guys for the Chargers. But receiver room of Johnston, McConkey, Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Johnston has taken steps forward, and he can continue to develop. McConkey was good.
Yes.
If Harris can give you that's 3 guys there. And then I mean Hampton and Najee is interesting because they're both I guess Harris they're slightly different, but they're both more power-based runners.
Mm-hmm.
They're different styles because I think Hampton is more downfield. Harris is kind of like a shifty bruiser.
Mm-hmm.
But they're both power, which is what I think Harbaugh's looking for. So it makes sense, but I don't know. I always assume like if you're gonna go 2 running backs, you want different skill sets instead of 2 that are. And again, they're different, just not as different as I would have thought. But
Oh yeah.
we got Chicago, Denver, Vegas, and Baltimore, right?
Yes. That should be the order.
Chicago, Denver. I think if Chicago and Denver pass up, I think there's a decent chance Baltimore can get green.
We'll see.
I think it's possible. Because I don't know that the Raiders necessarily go edge. They could because you
They
could
really
get someone
could, yeah.
opposite of Crosby, but I mean,
Oh, the other 2 teams I was thinking of is Boise State and SMU went to the playoffs this last year.
that's true.
That's who I was
Boise
forgetting.
State lost to Penn State.
Yep.
SMU lost to Penn State.
Oh, was it
think.
later?
I
Yeah.
think
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
because they
first,
were the
second.
first, second, third, and fourth. Yeah.
First, second round.
Yeah.
Who did Boise State play? First round.
I don't remember, but they got knocked out first round.
I thought they won first round, lost second round to Penn State.
Maybe it was second round then. Never mind.
Because Penn State played SMU.
I don't remember. My memory is not good. Let me look. College football playoffs 2025.
Because I don't think SMU made it to the
No.
past the first round. Chicago.
It was Tennessee, Ohio State, Clemson, Texas, Indiana, Notre Dame, SMU, Penn State,
Mm-hmm.
then Boise State, I guess, Penn State. And that's who it was.
Boise State had a first round bye. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I knew Boise State.
They had
Penn
the
State played
they had the
SMU,
conference.
and then they played Boise State.
Yeah.
Second and a 7th for a second and a 4th
Mm-hmm.
for 3 spots.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Oh, Denver traded down. Again.
Oh.
That's what happened. Because I was like, they didn't trade with Detroit. They traded with, was it Houston?
Yeah, it was Houston.
Chicago, I think, traded with Houston.
Oh, Chicago, yeah. They traded with Houston, yes.
Who did Denver trade down with?
That was Seattle.
Was it Seattle?
Yeah, it was Seattle.
They trade down again, so, and the pick being in, likely this is someone who they want.
Indeed.
Is probably why they trade down. So while they're rolling someone out, who is
Oh, very sparkly suit.
this? So this is Detroit now.
Seth Rollins, by the way.
What are you doing here?
He likes hearing the booze.
This is Detroit, and Denver is here. And that's a decent haul for Denver. You move down 3 spots, and you take a 7th and turn it into a 4th.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good value.
Oh, yeah. All
Bears.
right. What are the Bears selecting?
What is
I'm letting him.
Seth Rollins? He's having.
I'm letting us do his thing.
He's having a time up there.
The Burrs.
The Bears.
The Burrs.
The Bears. Is he making?
He's making a
full
speech right now, so I'm letting him talk.
Duh, Bears. He's like off-season champs.
3 years in a row, baby. The Bears.
Even the Lions are like, no.
Yeah.
He's there like trash talking Green Bay, and Detroit's just like, no. Go home, bud.
They're like, the internet's gonna be like, who owns the Bears?
The Bears are gonna go with.
F the Bears, Amber 2025.
Yeah, that seems about right. Ozzy Trapilo from
Boston
tackle.
College.
So they get a tackle. They did eventually go tackle.
All right, Detroit's next.
That really would that. I'm curious now. I don't know what's going on anymore.
You're not supposed to, Will.
Clearly. Because I'm confused.
I will let you know if they get picked or they have the pick. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. So it was Trapilo.
Yeah, Trapilo.
I'm assuming is how that's pronounced. And then Detroit is on the clock. And I managed to get that up. I'm surprised because I figured
Nothing's happened yet, so.
I figured with the trade up they would have known by now.
Mm-hmm.
Or they would have it in. Now this
Pick is in.
I don't know why. Oh no.
Detroit's pick is in, by the way.
Oh no.
Mike Green, baby.
No, please don't.
They're gonna do it.
They didn't get an edge in the first round.
The pick is in.
They jump the Ravens and the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Will's not gonna get his player. Womp womp.
Where's Detroit? Don't do this to me, Detroit. I like you. We
send him to Detroit.
We have a good thing going. You do well.
Penguin balding.
Shush.
Yes.
We have a good thing going. You play really well. We still whoop you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't do this to me, Detroit. It's such a Detroit thing to do, though.
Oh, they screw over everybody all the time. It's funny. Come on, Detroit. You know what to do.
Don't make this Mike Green.
Please make it Mike Green.
Don't
just for Will.
Up.
Just
they were
for
gonna
Will.
go. They were gonna pick
Just
behind us. No, don't do it.
Just for Will. Pick Mike Green.
Don't, please.
It's Penguin Day.
It's Penguin Day.
Is it actually?
Don't.
Come on.
Don't be Mike
but
Green.
Chaos.
Please.
Mike Green.
Don't do it to me.
Do it.
Go someone else. You can take Jackson. Honestly, if I want Mike Green, there's other guys I'd be okay with. I don't know. It'd be really nice to have
Do it.
Mike Green. Please don't cause me this pain.
They're gonna cause you.
I hardly ever have like a pick that I'm like, this is the guy I really want. And
Hey, even Green Bay's applauding. That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're cheering the
vets.
The vets, yeah. That's actually pretty sweet. That's sweet.
Got a USA chant going.
Mm-hmm.
Who's it gonna be?
All right, Lions.
Don't make
Mike
me
Green.
sad.
Mike Green.
Don't make me sad.
Mike Green.
Don't make me sad.
Mike Green.
Don't do it.
Dang it!
Tate Ratledge.
He can breathe. I wanted chaos so badly. What if the Raiders pick up Mike Green?
Yeah, the team that I didn't expect to do it.
That'd be funny.
Just swipes them from me.
That'd be funny. They got a Georgia. They got a Georgia boy now.
They do got a Georgia boy.
Breathe, says Arctic Wolf. Breathe air.
So
He's top rated in athleticism for all the guards.
yeah, which gives him more of like a raw value.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, there you go.
so you're hoping that he can turn into something. And you know, again, see, this is what we have a good thing going. This is fine.
You do you. Oh,
You
Raiders
do-
pick is in. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun.
See, the funny thing is, based off of how things are going, I would not at all be surprised if Mike Green falls to us and we still don't take him.
Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen.
And again, if it's, I want a good edge.
Washington could pick him up.
I just want a good edge. It doesn't need to be Mike Green.
No.
I just have Mike Green as an edge that I really like. But again, if the stuff off the field is a concern, don't get him. I don't want the drama.
Mm-hmm.
But just based off of value as a player. All right. So Raiders making their pick. This is at pick 58.
Yeah, 58. So a few more in the second round, and we'll go to third round.
Yeah, I don't remember how much of a break they have, if they have any, or if they just go straight into it.
I don't know.
I'm hoping so, because I have to update stuff.
I know you have stuff to look at, so.
All right. Raiders are going to go with at pick 58. Jack Beck out of TCU, receiver.
Okay.
Yeah, well, because they haven't picked in the second round yet, have they?
No.
They've just been trading down.
They've been trading down for the most part.
So you add running back and you add a weapon for Geno, along with. Have they picked anyone else up in free agency though?
The Raiders?
Yeah. Do they have anyone else? Who?
Geno Smith.
Yeah, for the receiver room.
Receiver room? No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
They haven't made any notable additions.
They've been more concerned about other things.
So this is. Back out of TCU, the wide receiver. And now Baltimore is on the clock.
All right, Baltimore. You got a decision to make for Will Sanity.
And again, it doesn't have to be. I like Mike Green, but if they see something else that isn't Mike Green, that's fair, because there's a lot to be concerned about off the field. But just go out and get a good edge. And so if it's Jackson from Arkansas, I will take that as well. And I probably, again, won't be too upset with whatever. I'm just going to be kind of bummed if it's not. I just want a good edge. We've been so much like pass rush by committee, I feel like, that to be able to go out, because when was the last time the Ravens had a star edge? Charles Suggs? Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, we had Judon,
No, I was going to say Judon.
but we didn't keep him for too long.
But
Jeez.
look at that. Mostert, Beck, Bowers, Genty, and Smith on the same offense.
Yeah.
It's not terrible.
Mostert's old, but he's still fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then you add Genty to that. That's kind of your. That's almost like another Sonic and Knuckles type backfield.
Mm-hmm.
Pick is in. I did that preemptively.
Yeah.
But
So Ravens, Broncos, Commanders, and Bears are next. The next in line.
which
Ravens are picking. All right. Well, are you freaking out? Or are you?
I'm not freaking out because again, even if it's not an edge, I have so much faith in how this team drafts. They don't tend to. I feel like they don't draft like busts very often.
I was about to say very often, maybe.
Because like looking at like first round guys, if I try to think back, I mean obviously busts tend to leave my mind after a few years.
Because you don't think about them.
Yeah, but I think the one that's been the most and this isn't to say he was bad or that I don't like him or anything, but Bateman is the one where he's not lived up to what I hoped he would have been. But he's still there and contributing, so he's not even a bust.
Yeah.
Like, he's not quite what I hoped, but I don't know that we've had many busts. Maybe Hayden Hurst.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not really a bust, just wasn't like. I don't know. I trust the Ravens a lot with the way they draft. Even if I don't understand it, I will trust. So if it is Mike Green, surely he's fine. Surely he's okay.
Surely.
And if it's not, it probably won't be Mike Green. I'm curious how far he falls.
I am too.
If he doesn't go here,
where's he go? Also, do you think we'll get a Grossi raid during the break?
I don't think he does raids. He does raids during games because there's a break to do it. I don't know that there's enough of a break for him to do that. So I wouldn't expect it. But yeah, the other thing is we're almost at the end of the round and quarterbacks have not been talked about much lately.
Yeah. The only one that's been picked has been and that's bit.
Yeah, Show's been
Show, not Show.
Which was just weird. Like,
it's a weird pick.
Yeah,
They must see something that we don't.
Well, I'm sure they see something. I just don't know that it's, necessarily good. If they're seeing things correctly, they need their vision checked, especially with it being the Saints. So that wouldn't be super surprising. Made playoffs in 6 of the last 7 seasons. The one season they didn't was because Lamar was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Even he's like
the dog.
He's like, guys, I just got drafted. Hey guys, like
I like how he went to his grandma second.
First QB with. Be so nice to get him a weapon, though. It would be. Again, they're a team who has been so good where anything that can make you just better would be good. I just would love something on the edge. Green. I wouldn't complain with Amos, Landon Jackson.
There's such a jump between Green and Amos on Jeremiah's best available.
Oh yeah, well, because Green and Sanders were first round caliber guys. All the other first round caliber guys are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Again, wouldn't be surprised if this is a receiver, because right now we're dealing with Hopkins, Bateman, and Flowers.
Yeah.
Could be corner. I wouldn't hate getting a linebacker alongside Roquan and anything on the defense.
Yeah.
Would be fine. And if it's an offensive lineman, not super. It could be anything. And if it's not Tight end or quarterback, I'm okay with that. I'm not necessarily looking for. If it's a tight end, we're getting rid of Mark Andrews, and even then, that says a lot because we still have Isaiah Likely.
It's just Likely would be a tight end 1 then.
Yeah, which he might still end up being. I just don't know that we need to get one.
After that drop in that game,
He had a very down year.
yeah,
He had a rough start to the year.
he was also injured 2 years ago, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's getting up there in age, and he's starting to, I think, show it a little bit more. But again,
Yeah.
still a really good team. Anything you do here kind of can work in your favor. So it's just who is the best guy here.
Mm-hmm. They're really taking their time with this. We're really taking time
Keyword
with this.
were. All right. Baltimore. What is going to be the pick? I would love an edge.
That'd be amazing.
I would love an edge. That would make me. If it's
Would it make you happy?
if it's Jackson or Green, I'd be pretty happy with that. If it's a different edge, it'll be like okay. If it's some other guys, I don't know.
Some other dudes.
Mike Green! Yes!
You got the guy.
Yes!
Oh, he's
Thank you.
He is bawling his eyes out. What?
I mean, that's rough because he's fallen so far that is like, that's a relief, honestly. Very hype. I had him as someone who I would have been happy to take in the first round. Him falling to us in the second, if he can stay out of trouble, he was so good last year at Marshall.
We got the celebration emoji going on in the chat.
He was so good. He was such a good player.
Boo, I wanted a chaos, but overall could be fun to watch in the future for sure. He's got good potential.
He led the FBS, and yes, again, he's at Marshall. He was at Marshall. He's competing against the Sun Belt, which is not the same level of competition, but
still something.
And they showed some clips, but
pick is in for the Broncos.
He bowled over like Pro Bowl or not Pro Bowl, All-American level talent,
like it was nothing.
And that's not even his thing. He's more of like a speed guy. But yeah.
We can watch them all mauled and seethe and cheer during the games, lol.
I'm so happy that
Will can be a happy man for the rest of the day.
I hardly ever even have someone that I'm like, this is the guy I really want.
Mm-hmm. All right, Broncos. Normally I'm not super hyped about the Broncos, but this year
I like Sean Payton. I like Bo
I
Nix.
like what they're doing over there, so I'm curious to see what they do here.
I don't even know what they go here.
I don't know either. I just want to see something.
I'm just so relieved with Mike Reed. So what? Maybe weapon?
Probably a weapon.
Could be an edge.
A weapon or somebody on that line would be great.
I'd be a little.
Oh. Who do they go for first? Hey, they got a running back.
R.J. Harvey. Okay. I know he was a higher running back. I didn't have him as high. A lot of people had him higher than some of the guys I had up here, but I like Caleb Johnson and Scattaboo are, I think the next guys I had up.
I want Scattaboo to be picked by somebody.
He's gonna be so fun.
Oh my gosh, Scattaboo is a great running back. Deserves to get picked as high as he can.
But they go Harvey.
Look at that. So Harvey, Sutton, Mims, and Ingram. Nix is probably going to get some pretty good weapons this next year. So
I still think they got some work to do, especially. Oh dang, that was quick.
yeah, no rest for you.
My guess, Landon Jackson.
Probably.
He did pretty good at the combine. He had a good year with Arkansas. So
The Tutty Towel, is that what that's called?
I think so.
That's interesting. All right, so Commanders.
I think you'd be happy with Landon Jackson here. I don't know that they would have gone Mike Green.
No.
But again, this could be a number of things on the defense. You addressed O-line because they went Connerly, right, in the first round?
Yes.
Or were they? I think it was Connerly.
It was a tackle, wasn't it?
Yeah, Connerly is the tackle out of Oregon.
So it must have been Connerly then.
I think that's who they went. They go Trey
Amos.
They go corner, and again, I was saying, they could go anywhere on the defense. Their defense wasn't horrible, but it was a defense by committee, and now you're getting someone who can contribute as more. Hopefully, you hope as. And I'm trying to think. I think what he got a lot of good credit for was his tackle ability.
Mm-hmm.
So he's
up there in talent.
Coverage, but he could be a really good pickup for them. So now we got Chicago on the board again. I feel like it's the same 4 teams who keep.
Yeah, I feel like it is because there's always a trade or something going on.
To keep moving around. Chicago's back.
Keep us on our toes.
Wait, they're not on the clock, or they haven't picked yet. So they're technically at. Nope, not that one.
Pick is in.
Son of a. I should have just kept it there.
Also, the Giants will be picking first in the 3rd round.
Oh.
Maybe that's where they pick up Shedeur Sanders.
There we go. I fixed it, don't worry.
Fixed it.
I feel like I should just move this over here because half the time I'm leaning over here anyways.
I mean, yeah, you're moving a lot, so.
Put in a place that's a little bit more,
Yeah. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm letting you figure it out.
Leave it in a spot where it'll pick me up a little bit better, so I don't sound like I'm all the way over there.
He's distant. Too far.
But 3 picks left in
the second round. Then we're going to get to halftime, baby.
So relieved.
I know, you've been very antsy about that, so.
When we didn't pick him in the first, I was like, he's going to go somewhere else. Okay. Where's he going to go?
Then it didn't happen.
Then the more he fell, I was like, oh, don't swipe him from underneath me, though. That would be so mean. And Detroit moving up.
Yeah, that scared you over a bit. I was like, oh, they might.
I don't know if it's they thought the Ravens were going to go with Ratledge. And maybe they would have because we could have used a guard. I know that's kind of been a position that has been talked about. O-line in general, you can always get better on the O-line.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And maybe it was the Raiders. I don't know. They really felt the need to move up.
There's probably some pressure going in on the later down the line.
Well, when you jump Baltimore and Las Vegas, unless and maybe Denver was also a concern, but it's got to come down to, I think, at that point, those 3 teams. So it's just kind of which one were you concerned about? And that was the one they gave up a 4th for a 7th.
Yep.
So that's a big move for 3 spots. So they really value him, and we're really concerned someone was going to take him. I'm not sure who.
Indeed.
Oh boy.
Almost done with the second round.
Yes. And we've had no quarterbacks. Well, we've had one way up there, but
Sometimes I keep forgetting that KC and Philadelphia exist in the draft.
who's Philly gonna get?
They're probably gonna steal somebody. It's always a steal for them, no matter what.
I feel like
They're celebrating.
if
so-
their luck continues to go the way that it usually does for them, I feel like they're gonna end up with Landon Jackson.
Probably.
Get a free. It's always SEC talent, and it's always like the guys who are kind of like freak athletes, and super scary. Landon Jackson would be really solid for the Eagles if he falls there. But Bears are picking for what, the third time this round.
Mm-hmm. Says White again. All right, what do the Bears pick? Bears with an iPod. That's cool.
What are they gonna go with? Shamar Turner. Interior
bad.
D-line.
Not bad. Not
So
who I
what they-
expected, but definitely a good pick.
They went O-line.
They went O-line,
D-line.
receiver, and tight end.
Oh, I was just thinking second round.
Oh, I was just thinking
So-
overall.
Because they went, were they the ones who went Burden?
Yep.
So you go Burden, Turner, and Trapilo in the second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay, Chicago.
I see you.
I see what you're doing.
I see what you did there.
Oh, pick is in. All
Oh,
right, so this
KC is not
was-
giving you any time either.
It was Shamar Turner, right?
Yeah, Shamar Turner.
And then we got KC. And who are they gonna go with? So they went Simmons first round. So this is where they can start to spread out. So this could be a defensive tackle. This could be honestly D line. Is almost what I would. My guess would be.
Dante Hall.
Oh, I love Dante Hall. But yeah, I would expect this to be D lineman.
That's what the hope is for them.
And it's Norman Lott from Tennessee. Interior D lineman. They go exactly where I thought they would.
Yep.
You're predictable. You think you can get away from me. You think you
Be ready for Philadelphia to lock it in.
And can I beat them to it?
So Chris Jones, Norman Lott,
Aha.
Bolton, Duffy, and Clarifus.
You bolster up that D line. I still think they do kind of need another edge.
Yeah, it's. You don't have a whole lot going there.
The D line definitely could use work, especially because how much longer is Chris Jones?
Pick
there?
is in.
Pick is in. I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if they traded down, but
Watch them get Johnson. Or was it Johnson? Who was the edge that you were talking about?
oh, Landon Jackson.
Jackson, not Johnson. Jackson.
There's lots of Johnsons. This isn't one of them. I wouldn't be surprised with Landon Jackson. It's just it'll make for a great clip if it ends up being it after I called it like, what, 5-10 minutes ago?
Yeah, something like that.
How are we gonna let them continue to do it? I mean, most of the time, I feel like it's usually the first round where they just get like ridiculous talent at ease. They usually have good drafts, regardless.
Yes.
But
They've always had good drafts, probably since like 2015, 16.
I think last year
Was the
one.
epitome of how good they draft.
Quinion Mitchell, who was my cornerback one,
And
then Cooper
Cooper
DeJean,
DeJean.
who was just my favorite.
You can't get like I don't know how you draft better than that.
I was like,
I was very pessimistic on the Eagles at the beginning of the year because of what happened last year. But then towards the end of the year, I was like, oh yeah, they're really good. I just didn't see it.
Their defense
is scary.
Stacked, and it's all guys they've gotten in the first or second round. And a lot of them are Georgia players. You got
stop them.
You got Davis, Carter, Nolan Smith, and then you have Mitchell, DeJean, and I think there was another one who I can't remember who was on that line, or I think it was like another Georgia linebacker.
I think it was a Georgia linebacker. I don't remember who, but
I can't think of who.
But also every time that I see that draft ad with Shedeur Sanders in it for like at least 5 seconds or so, the funnier it gets.
You just get a little more triggered each time. It's just stop showing up.
No, not I'm starting to laugh now. I think it's hilarious. Because now he's gonna be picked round 3.
Unless
no. No.
No, this is a very interesting fall. I'm curious. I'm curious to look at what the comparable falls to this will be in his like draft history, because you had a guy who potentially could go to all the way up at number 2. Who's
I keep forgetting that Jalen Hurts fell super far in 2020.
So second round, honestly, with how his with how he went from basically had to leave Alabama and go to Oklahoma, it wasn't entirely surprising that he wasn't a first round guy. For some reason I thought he was like a third or fourth round guy though. But second round. They draft well though, first 2 rounds. First round especially, but
they definitely do. All right, who do you think?
I think I made my guess a couple picks ago.
I know, but
I'm gonna stick with it because
it's fair.
They addressed.
I'm open-minded.
It could be a corner, but I think it's Landon Jackson. If I know Eagles at all. Philadelphia Eagles select. Makuba from Texas. He actually, I think, had the game-sealing interception against Arizona State.
Yep.
In the playoffs.
That's why I was. Yeah, here it is, right here.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, and he was a pretty good player too for them. So that's good value. I don't know, to be honest, I didn't even remember him being there. I still stand by my guess because knowing them.
Look at that.
But you get a potential Gardner Johnson replacement, and you get to put him opposite, or I guess next to Reed Blankenship.
Yep, Blankenship.
I think again, it's just like
Eagles are gonna keep on eagling. Are we just going straight in?
I guess we're just going straight in.
The pick is in, or maybe. Well, that's what it says on the board.
Oh,
in the back.
weird. All right, let me real quick.
Yeah, he's got to change the whole setup here. Hold on a second, guys.
I need to. So first off, pick is in apparently. So we'll throw this up. And then I need to pull this up. They're not giving me any time.
Yep, pick is in. Confirmed.
the thing that's really unfortunate is, this isn't going to be up to date with the trades.
That's okay.
Oh,
We'll edit it as we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Oh, there we go. So now we're round 3. I believe this is.
Round 3. Fight.
And I'll try and mess with this without missing it. So we have Giants, Chiefs, Browns, Raiders, Patriots, Jacksonville, New Orleans. Buffalo. Right, at 72. Buffalo follows New Orleans now.
Yep.
Jets.
Denver, San Francisco.
Denver was not the one who was originally there. That was Carolina.
Yep.
In San Fran, Dallas, New England.
Yep. Arizona, Houston, and Indianapolis.
And that's all we have so far.
Yep.
All right, so it's just gonna stay that way until then. This we don't have volume on, so
I can read the lyrics. It's the "God Bless the USA" by Help. Who's it by? Please help. I listened to this song a whole summer because I worked at a summer camp. Help.
I don't know.
I don't know why I can't remember it.
Let me.
Lean Greenwood, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't remember it. What does this song remind me of? Well, the only time I heard it was at a summer camp I worked at, but I don't know. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee.
All right.
Oh, Giants are coming on the...
They are coming out.
Oh, Lord.
Oops, that's not what I wanted.
Across the plains of Texas. I'm assuming these are...
And they go Darius Alexander, defensive tackle from Toledo.
Oh, there you go. Oh, Justin Kemp is back. What's up, dude? King Kong's my forward back. What? Darius Alexander, huh?
Oh, I don't need first names. What am I doing? Here's defensive tackle. Chiefs are up again.
Oh, that's not what I meant to choose.
I'm just going to preemptively do this. While I mess with this.
From the sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, to New York to LA, with pride in American heart, it is time we stand and say.
So
That he was singing the lyrics to the song. I was like, I know it's the lyrics, I just didn't know which verse and where it was. Oh, Casey is picking. Great.
They are indeed.
What? It's not Taylor Swift?
Surprise. It's a woman.
It's
who isn't?
a woman that's not Taylor Swift? Impossible. I was about to say she's
I go Ashton Gillette.
Gillette. Interesting.
Gillette.
God bless the Messiah. All right.
So there you go.
He's from Louisville. I forgot.
They do go edge. We mentioned that about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That they could use an edge opposite of Karloftis.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he from? Louisville.
Louisville. And NFL fanboy. God bless America.
Okay, where was I at? Because I'm trying to keep this updated. I think
After Indianapolis, it's Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. I updated Seattle to be.
And then Tennessee after Cincinnati.
That one I.
Pick is in for Browns, by the way.
Okay.
They're putting in the work right now, guys. Will's going crazy over here.
My stuff just is outdated. Because it's.
Dun 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 dun.
Let's see what we got. So we got.
I'm proud to be an American.
And this is at 67, right? That's what pick we're at?
Yeah, because this is the third one.
Okay.
Third of the third.
And Tennessee, Pitt, Tampa Bay, Carolina.
Oh, yeah, Carolina moved down. I forgot.
Switched with Denver.
Mm-hmm.
At 88, that's still Jacksonville. 92 is Seattle.
Addle. Addle.
Seattle, New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Cleveland, yep. And then I think, which one is it here? Detroit's still there. Atlanta, San Fran, Houston turned into Las Vegas. And I think, oh.
What?
No, Raiders get back-to-back picks.
Oh, do they?
At the end, so in their trade backs.
Maybe that's where they get Shador. I don't know. I don't know where Shador goes right now.
They got 3.
3 in this round.
In this round,
Wow.
They traded back to get Miami's compensatory, and then they've traded back to also get the Giants, which turned into Houston's compensatory. So
Okay.
Giants, when they traded up, gave it to Houston, and Houston has, in one of their trade-ups, gave it to the Raiders. So Vegas goes back-to-back. And then should be Minnesota.
I'm going to turn on the air conditioning. It's getting a little toasty in here. There's not a whole lot of air movement in this room.
That's valid. I'm just making sure. I believe this is now the correct draft order. I think. I can't be certain. Yes, the pick's in. I wanted to check Arctic's meme or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's right, man. Did he send it to you on Discord, or?
Yes, he did.
Okay, just not the channel Discord, right?
I think he just DM'd me.
Okay, hopefully that gets some airflow in here. There's not a whole lot of air. What? I need to see this. I gotta, hold on.
His version of a meme is, let me just screenshot and then let's throw a bunch of shit.
We were talking about Star Wars earlier, so
It's
that's
you.
fair.
It's you being Darth Vader, R2D2, and then there's just me who's just thinking.
Luke,
All
I
right.
am your father.
Browns at 67 go. Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green.
Junior. I mean,
You were gonna meme and then just decided that.
yeah.
Well, does not count as meme? What do you mean? What do you meme?
What do you meme?
All right, so they go.
Oh, they got a trade. Detroit just went behind New England.
Vegas traded up.
So it's Vegas, New England, Detroit.
It's a few down the board. I see.
Yeah, I'm saying that something happened. Pick is in for the Raiders.
And then tight end.
Pick is in.
Picks in for the Raiders.
Pick is in.
I guess it technically is Fannin Jr. And then we're swapping. Wait, Detroit traded up?
Yeah.
Behind the Patriots
Yep.
with Jacksonville.
I think so, yeah.
That's who was there. How?
I think so. Maybe we missed one. I don't remember Jacksonville being there. Unless I was blind. I probably am.
They were. I'll have to see where that puts them. We'll hold off on a second. We'll see what this pick is.
He's
Raiders.
He's getting there.
They go.
Raiders.
Select.
And you did know. Hey,
Darian
they got Porter.
He
There you go.
has apparently a lot of value, especially in like special teams.
Mm-hmm. He's really good.
He is
Really good at special teams.
liked by some teams, but that's really good for them getting a corner.
They've desperately needed somebody at corner.
Porter should be good use for them. Oops, that's not. Supposed to be caps lock. There we go.
You guys will
Cornerback.
now see me without the headband. Gasp.
Gasp.
No headband.
So Genty, Beck, and Porter.
That's not.
It's
awful.
a pretty solid. It's a pretty solid class you're putting together. Patriots on the board, and I will say one thing. I'm curious who's announcing, because I don't know if you noticed what pick this is.
Ha 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 ha.
Rob Gronkowski really wanted to announce this pick,
I think I did see that.
and he said he couldn't because he had another obligation, but he had talked about potentially trying to find a way. So I'm curious to see if he did.
They do it over Zoom.
And the thing is, like, the information can get to him way sooner, so they could do a recording. They could have him do something, but I'm curious if they're gonna pull up Rob Gronkowski and what he's gonna say.
Rob Gronkowski. He's gonna be like, "Yo."
Oh,
Oh my gosh, it's John Cena.
Instead, we go with John Cena, who's also okay.
All right. I mean, I'm cool with John Cena. Can't see
Oh.
him. Yeah, obviously, I can't see him. Who's that? Why am I staring at a wall?
Why is it just a wall?
Wait. Oh, he was looking to his side. I don't understand. Oh.
Idris Elba's.
Where are we going with this?
This seems like this should be like an LA move.
Maybe they'll pass it off to Gronkowski.
I wish I could hear what was going on. I wish I could.
We can't really have audio on in here, otherwise we get copyrighted.
Pick 69. Funny number.
Sorry.
All right, who do they go here?
Who do you choose?
Kyle Williams.
Whoa.
You get a weapon. So receiver from Washington State. They
Not
get
bad,
a
not
weapon.
bad. Not bad.
Yeah. It's a weapon.
It's a weapon.
Not anyone who I'm super excited, like super fascinated. Oh, look, he's burning Travis Hunter.
Choose your character. Sorry, I'm reading off chat.
Williams.
Ooh, good footwork.
Wide receiver. Yeah, we'll see.
Fight. So May, Henderson, Diggs, Williams, and Campbell.
So we got the
So-
trade. Are we
so-
gonna get trade details? Because that would really help
That would be amazing.
me.
Yes. Help a lot. Pick is in.
I figured it would be.
The pick is in.
Well, they've had like 2 picks to make their pick.
Yeah. Oh, the air conditioning is on. I can feel it a little bit.
Ah.
I'm so happy.
Are we gonna talk trade value?
Probably in a minute.
That'd be great. I would love that. Nope.
I just realized that Patriots, they've picked from LSU, OSU, and WSU.
Yeah.
All state universities. All right, Terry and Arnold. That's a smack in the face to Green Bay.
Yeah, they did roll out. That is. Yeah, you're right. That's really funny to have him roll out there in front of him, just like, hey,
Guess who's back?
could have had me. Too sad. So sad. Lines are gonna go with Isaac.
Ooh, wide
Slaw.
receiver. Interesting.
I have honestly have no idea how to pronounce that.
Tisla.
Don't know.
Tesla.
They get they get a receiver.
Interesting.
Oh, I meant to update this. Detroit.
Have you looked into him a little bit? This is.
I'm not super familiar with.
I'm not either. That's why I thought you might have a little bit more insight. Campbell, what are you doing? Okay.
What was he doing? I wasn't looking.
Oh, here's your information.
6th,
102nd for the Jags.
102nd. Okay, which should be a compensatory.
Yes.
And then 2/3 next year.
Yep.
Okay.
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 Okay. Okay. Pick is in for New Orleans.
All right. I need
New
to-
Orleans.
So, like, hold on just a second.
Real track.
Real Jack Radio.
Real track radio.
New Orleans.
Damn, son, where'd you find that? You're welcome.
Alright. So Jacksonville is getting one. Jacksonville trades way back. Well, honestly, they're trading in for next year,
Yes, very much so.
and they still have a pick at 88. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. London, Berlin, St. Paul, Dublin.
They traded up for. They traded all the way down to the last pick of the draft. So we're gonna or
Oh,
of the round.
so we're
finishing off with Jacksonville.
supposedly, Unless something
they
happens.
move up.
unless something were to
But
happen.
my guess is after moving up for Hunter, they're trying to accumulate capital after giving away some pretty
Decent value, yeah.
yeah, especially if they don't do well this next year, you're potentially looking at
Mm-hmm.
if they don't do well this year, they may have forfeited a top 10 pick next year. So
Pretty much.
you really gotta hope it turns out. I wanted to look at this meme though.
All right, so. Did you send another one?
No. Oh.
What?
Apparently, Quinshon Judkins was in the bathroom while he was being called by the Browns.
Oh, so that's why we didn't get to see him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not everyone has cameras.
That's true.
In their home, but no, he was apparently in. They called to let him know, and he's just in the bathroom. They're like,
Sorry about that.
"Are you hello?" He didn't answer. That's really awkward.
Just a little bit, but he got drafted. Yay!
Yay! Why am I being added? Oh,
Added to what?
added on Discord.
Oh, added.
They're adding me.
Atting you. How dare they?
I was confused. I might eat my euro though,
Euro.
because I did go with the euro.
Euro. Zero. Zero.
If I can get to it, holy.
Ole, ole.
Holy moly. crinkly. Voila. The second half of my dinner. Wait.
I might get something as like a celebration later tonight. I don't know what it'd be, but
Ice cream.
there is literally a gas station right over there, so not too far from me.
There's a cookie place too.
Oh yeah, that place. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's a little pricey. So it's not really worth it because of how much money I have to blow to get a cookie, and 2,
The price of cookies nowadays.
inflation. Hate it here. Yeah, look at the crowd. It's definitely shrunk.
Yeah, I mean, well, 'cause what time is it? I've completely lost perception of time.
It is not even 9 o'clock yet.
Yeah, I mean, third round. I mean, really, we're just waiting to see where Shadur goes.
Mm-hmm.
That's still like the big name.
Do you think the Saints pick him up here?
They could?
They really could.
Getting you people.
He is sitting right there.
Wait, no, but they got show.
Oh yeah, never mind. Never mind. Cancel that. So who would take him?
It could potentially take a Shadur, and honestly, whoever
Pitt's
gets him
still
here,
down there.
Yeah, the
All
Steelers
the
might
way
get him in
down
the
there.
third. Honestly, getting him at this point, I know it's funny and
Haha.
whatever, but like getting him in the third round, that's pretty good value for someone who could start day one.
Indeed.
But the Saints are gonna go and pick Vernon Broughton, I think.
Got a lot of Texas guys here.
They had a good team. So
Yeah, it'd be nice if we can get some of those people. I hate NIL. There's no loyalty anymore.
Well,
Sorry.
it's a good thing they're looking at changing things.
Good. Let's see here.
Looking at paying directly.
Ooh. Good SWAT.
So yeah, some interior help, and I think that makes a good amount of sense when you look at the fact that in reality, like if Mason Graham was there, I think that would have been a pick for them.
Mm-hmm.
You had
Pick
Brian,
is in for the Bills.
You had Brian Brzee, picked what 2 years ago was it?
I think so.
Because they went 500 this last year.
That TJ Sanders almost got me there for a second. Not gonna lie. Bills. What are you gonna choose here?
Buffalo's on the board, and the pick is in.
Who
Not
the-
announced, but yeah, I
Who
think
would they choose?
Brzee kind of is not really fitting up to what they need, so them going after a guy, and again in the third round, so it's a safer pick.
Mm-hmm.
But a guy in the third round is not too surprising. Bolster up that interior. Bills come out, and they're going to go with
Landon Jackson.
That's a good value pick for them.
They were waiting for him, apparently.
I mean, 6'6", 264, performed pretty well at the combine.
Ooh, wow.
I mean, that's what happens when you don't block somebody, but he's another guy who he's going to take time to develop.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to take time to really turn into what you need, kind of.
Ooh.
But the appeal here,
Look at this.
they don't show
Oliver,
it.
Sanders, Bosa, Jackson, and Hairston.
I don't know why they don't really show it. But you have Bosa. Honestly, I view Jackson as a backup kind of behind Bosa, and he can rotate in.
Yeah.
Because you still have Greg Rousseau on the other side.
Yeah.
So, I'm curious why they... Unless you think... Rousseau's been pretty good. I would think he's more the long-term solution, and Bosa's kind of the stand-in and rotation with Jackson, but... With how their offseason has gone, I think it's a pretty nice pick. I did not actually type this in, did I, though? I did not.
Did you?
I did not.
Tisk tisk. All right. Jets will be picking. Silent drum roll.
There we go. And at 73, the New York Jets are going to go ahead and select Isaiah Thomas from Florida State, cornerback. It's a I'm going to get someone opposite of honestly that is a good pick. You lost DJ Reed.
Yep.
In free agency.
Mm-hmm.
You're hoping he's a guy who can step in and fill in opposite on the opposite side of Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good pick.
There we go. We got our Sauce Gardner, Azariah Thomas duo. That's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, because he was a guy who some like potentially. He was at some points like fringe first round, so getting him up here in the third, not too bad. Not too bad a value.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
So
Also, that Florida State team was really bad, and I think he was like that one bright spot for Florida State. Maybe a couple other bright spots, but Florida State was awful this year.
There was a lot that wasn't great, and one of those is the quarterback that is in this class.
I kind of forgot he's in this class.
He is in this class. He's been bouncing around a bunch of teams, so I'm curious to see if he gets drafted and where.
Pick is in for the Broncos.
Yippee!
Yippee-ki-yay. So we got Broncos, Niners, Cowboys, and Patriots in succession. Broncos here, so who do they pick? They've picked a wide receiver. They've gotten a running back. They've gotten one more thing, haven't they? Was it a defensive tackle?
Who did they get first round?
Why can I not remember who was it? Was it a guard? No.
It wasn't Hampton.
No, it was not Hampton.
Chargers got Hampton.
Yep.
And for some reason, I can't remember who it was.
Nuclear emoji.
Oh, this is killing me. Oh, it was Barron. They went corner.
That's what it was. It was corner, receiver, and running back. I don't know why I couldn't remember.
So yeah, we had Barron. Who was the receiver they went with? Was it Harris? No.
No, it was It was not Harris. It was why can I not remember?
Because I know they went Harvey.
Yeah, Harvey for
running back.
Who is this? There's a lot to keep track of. Don't be mad at us. Also, I like the little emoji that Article put in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I assume it's customizable. Or not customizable, but like something that they made or what?
Second round, who did they pick? They picked up Cowboys. Where are they? No, they moved down. Did they actually get a receiver? Harvey. I don't think they did. I think we expected them to, but I don't think they actually did.
No.
Maybe I can do it by team. Denver. Who do they have? Yeah, just the two. They didn't get a running back or a receiver yet. They could. They could get one here.
I'm thinking of a different team than when I was thinking that then. Oopsie daisy on my part.
Could have been the Chargers. Again, we also kind of expected them to, so that might be what part of it is. Maybe you're thinking of the Buccaneers.
That might be what it is.
Because they went with Egbuka, which
that was the one that surprised me.
Ayumanor as a potential Ayumanor, Bond, Restrepo, Savion Williams, Tez Johnson, see. Where else could they look though at positionally?
Not anything that I can see. I don't.
They got a running back.
Running back and a corner. They need another weapon. I just don't know who they would get.
Honestly, they could look. I feel like it'd be receiver, but
It has to be receiver. I don't, because Noel's still there.
I could see O-line or D-line being a very possible option.
I guess that's fair. I don't know. I just.
Or,
It would be nice to know.
I feel like it's going to be O-line or D-line. It could. I think most expect it to be a receiver.
All right, they got their selection, so we shall see here.
Oh, Monte Ball.
Oh. Also, I just realized how fast we're going through this third round.
Yeah.
We've already went through 10 picks.
Yep. So, the Broncos, what's it going to be? Do you go another weapon?
Do when they come for you?
Bad boys.
Bad boys. What you gonna do when they come?
Pat Bryant, they do go.
Oh. Illinois. Oh, yeah. That guy. The one that we couldn't really cover.
From what I remember from Nebraska playing Illinois was it Zaire Franklin?
It was Franklin was definitely
he was the one that really messed with us. I don't remember Bryant as well. I didn't.
Pat Bryant had like a really big like completion or whatever it was, or big gain, and there was something during that game that I remember him specifically doing something, and I don't know what it was.
Whatever floats your boat, Sean
Peyton. Oh, pick is in for the Niners, by the way.
Oh boy, I'm not gonna get to eat my food.
No, you're not going to.
For the Niners, you said.
Ooh, that's an interesting banner. They had the state of Wisconsin, but they had San Francisco over it. The logo of San Francisco, which is interesting. Maybe he's from Wisconsin, but is a Niners fan. I don't know.
Or it's the sort of
we own you. Yeah. Which is fairly accurate, by the way.
Yeah, Packers fan.
I'm waiting for her chat.
You must call her by name and she will appear. All right, 49ers at 75 are going to go with Nick Martin, linebacker from Oklahoma State.
They are still not picking anything on the O-line.
And I think...
I don't blame them.
They lost so much on the defense. And you're looking at... You've seen some injury concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Having missed, what was it, 7 games?
Yes, 7 games. It was 6 or 7, I can't remember. But he missed a good portion.
So they go Martin.
Yes, 7 games with a knee injury. Try not to pull my computer off the table. So Bosa, Collins, Williams, Warner, and Martin. Not bad.
Yeah.
They're kind of revamping things.
None of them are like flashy picks. They're not like they're not the big names, but again, you got to rebuild that defense.
Pick is in for Dallas.
They're really going.
Yeah, man, there's no break.
So Dallas.
I do not approve of this Dallas Star over all of America, because you are not our team. You
self-proclaimed
America's team. That should be like a title that's passed to certain teams. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you win something, or you're just like a really you're a team that stood out this one year or whatever, you should be called America's team. Pick a word: house, card, or shoe. Shoe.
All right, let's see. What? I'm gonna address that in a second. Cowboys go. They go Revel.
Interesting.
Again, another fringe kind of first round guy who falls to the third.
She says, "Thank you, thank you."
Why were we picking a
I picked
house
shoe.
card or shoe? Why are we picking a word? What are you doing?
You don't understand, small brained.
Do you understand?
No.
I don't think so.
Also, is that a burrito? You can't tell.
Yes, that looks like a burrito. All right, so Dallas went
You're making me hungry.
Revel.
Oh, just pick word. Oh. Trade.
Son of a. Revel, who is a cornerback.
Taco.
And then
Pick is in
So-
for the Panthers.
they traded with the Patriots, were the ones who were just there, yes?
Yep. Patriots are down right behind Tampa Bay. Will pick stick, grow, or skip.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm doing shit. So this is.
Hamburger. Here, kitty. You can have cheeseburger. Yum.
You said how far down did they go?
Right behind Tampa Bay.
All right, I will do that in just a second. So the Panthers at 77.
They shall
They're
pick.
gonna select. Oh, Princely.
From Ole Miss.
Uman Milan.
Uman Milan. Yeah.
Maybe.
Uman Milan.
Did he play at Nebraska?
I don't think he did.
I feel like we had a guy named Princely who transferred.
I don't think it was him, though. If it was him, we
He
didn't
faked
start.
out the ref. That's funny.
Yeah. Also, you still need to pick.
I know, but I have more important things. I'm doing
Shrimp
right
is
now.
less than you, Arctic Wolf. Okay.
Uman
Oh, he's from Florida.
Yen? I think that's right. Edge. They go
Oh,
edge.
you are a shrimp. Ow.
Do you know what that? Do you know what that means?
Sure.
It's take out the HR. It's
Ow.
a Twitch appropriate. Because Twitch started banning that. Oh god. Okay, so Arizona's up
Arizona.
and pick is in. And okay, you said behind Tampa Bay is
Yep.
where New England went.
Yep.
Where is Tampa Bay?
84.
84?
Yep. Is that cheesecake?
Oh, behind.
Yeah,
Okay,
behind. Yeah,
I was like
behind.
Tampa Bay 84, and I was like, huh. Why does it wait a minute.
I said behind Tampa Bay at 84.
Yeah,
Or
I was thinking.
84 is where Tampa Bay is.
Yeah, that's what I
behind
got.
Tampa Bay.
That's why I got confused. Okay, so
I can speak English. Don't worry.
pick is in. I have updated with trades. What is going on? Pick
Uh,
a word.
Stick.
Taco.
Roll.
Pick a word.
No.
Stick, grower.
Skip.
Skip.
This is very important.
Stick. Burger.
Borga.
So yeah, Arctic is saying he's a shrimp.
It is. Thank you. Thank you.
What do you mean it is? What?
I don't get it either, but I think it's hilarious. English is hard. Yeah, I agree. Borga. I love the video of the "Here, kitty, you can have cheeseburger now." That's my favorite cat video. It switches per day, but that's my favorite of today, apparently.
Amber, I need you to specify. It is.
I don't think
what
she
is-
needs to.
What is what?
I don't think she needs to.
Ha.
You don't need any specification.
My favorite thing is I'm gonna be able to go back and look through her stream later.
Last one: stripped, verdant, or silly.
Striped verdant.
Verdant. Excuse me.
Verdant.
Verdant. Verdant. I don't know
Or
what to
silly.
pronounce it.
Who are we asking?
You.
Is this me or you? Because you had the first.
No, just answer.
What?
Silly.
No, striped clearly.
Okay.
You don't need. I think I do need to know. What the hell is going on?
You don't need to know.
I don't. What? All right.
Lith said no.
No. What do you mean no? So Lith probably went. Now I'm confused. Nah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore.
Keep this up, guys.
You're like,
I didn't
he's
say anything.
confused.
You know we are chaos. Just accept it.
No, you're not chaos. Arctic is chaos. That's his thing. This is your. Stop. He can have it.
Salt.
Oh my goodness.
Are you salty? Huh?
I'm not salty. I just don't know what's going on.
Oh my gosh, 30 positions between Sanders and Knoll. That's funny.
Massive fall, and I think he has to go to Pitt, right? Like he's
At
gotta
this
go to
point,
Pittsburgh.
he kind of has to. I'm waiting for that.
Why are they going?
I can be chaotic, says Wrathful. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Fedora. That's the one pick I'm waiting for.
Soul, I know you're chaotic.
I'm worse.
On stream, Arctic is worse.
What do you guys do off stream? I guess I'm just the gremlin. What do you? I'm concerned about.
All
this.
right. The Cardinals go with Jordan Birch, the edge out of Oregon. So another edge off the board. I don't even remember who they've picked so far.
I'm just here.
Let me take a look. So they've gone.
They've gone all defense.
Nolan, Johnson, and now Birch. So that's pretty good.
Yeah. I'm impressed with the Cardinals so far.
Nolan, again, he's got maturity concerns.
Nah.
As it said, concerns there, but if you fix that up, Will Johnson, concerns with injury, but both of those guys, if those don't become an issue, were
Puppy
potentially like top 10. Oh, it is a dog. It's a dog.
Can I pet that dog?
So
It's
they
barking.
go-
Oh, pick is in for the Texans.
Yes, because why?
Lol, NFL of draft day? Nah, VTuber take over, lol. Well, this is the cute gremlin. I have... Now I'm becoming concerned. What the heck is going on?
I'm not really concerned. I just know the way they are that something is going on, and they're
That's why I'm concerned, because I don't know, but you do.
I know that something's going on. I don't know what it is.
Texans are going to select...
No!
Wow.
So the gap continues to grow. So they go receiver, and this isn't really surprising at all.
No. Look at that.
He's a little bit more of he's a little bit more of your twitchy kind. He's, I mean, as you can see, 5'10". He's a smaller guy. He's kind of your create space. He's probably gonna operate out of the slot.
Take a burrito.
Didn't they go Higgins earlier?
Who?
Houston. Didn't they take Higgins at the top of the second?
Houston? Oh, yeah.
They took Higgins. So they just got two Iowa State receivers.
Yeah.
They really should work on their line.
They won't.
It's cool that you just went, and so now you have...
Pick is in for Indianapolis. I think they're waiting until later down the board to get their linemen. Because they just have not been in the position to take any linemen.
Sometimes you got to take a swing, though. And it's just... I mean, cool.
I'm not the boss of them, so I can't tell them what to do.
I'm surprised they went after two receivers. Is really... And back-to-back rounds, too. Like, they didn't space that out whatsoever.
No,
Jonathan
that
Taylor
was
comes
quick.
back.
Hey, Jonathan.
Speed running.
I am speed.
This I could have seen being null, because I think they could use Justin Wally from Minnesota corner. So, really just flying through this. They said, we want to go home. So
we want to go.
Wally, corner, and now Cincinnati's on the clock. And I feel like I'm missing a trade that happened earlier. What was the trade? No, was it? I caught up with the Carolina one, right? Yeah, I caught up with the Carolina one. I think that was the one that I thought I missed. So Indianapolis is off. I'm just gonna do this preemptively. I'm gonna put Cincy on because I know they're not gonna take super long. VTuber Takeover Day or whatever. Take a burrito. I would love a burrito. I have a Euro here that I haven't had a chance to stop and actually eat. As I'm trying to do like a million things at once. But Bengals pick is in. If Jack's still floating around, maybe hoping that this is Scattaboo. I think we're in the range where Scattaboo can go.
Please.
I do still think the Bengals should probably just focus on a defensive piece. All right.
He's the last person that
man.
I'm going to listen to for anything related to football.
All right. What are Bengals going here?
I'm on Bungles. Let's go Bungles. Bungle gonna bungle?
And they go with
Hey!
Dylan Fairchild. Georgia. So the Georgia interior linemen I think they have 3 in this class, and all 3 I think were the top of the athleticism score.
Yes, they were all top.
So
they're Bengals are getting a good guy. I think that'll help protect Joe Burrow.
Sorry, Jack, they don't go Scattaboo, but they do help protect.
You need to save Joe Burrow. Okay, bro. I forgot. He's also a wrestler.
You get protection, but also this should help with your run game.
Indeed.
Which you might not get Scattaboo, but you might be able to get somebody.
I'm waiting for him to respond, but he hasn't said anything.
That's if he's here.
Yeah, I was about to say. Okay, so it's Titans, Steelers. Titans pick is in. Titans, Steelers, Buccaneers, and Patriots.
So Titans.
We're on an ad break. Ad break. So I'm. What is it?
Too much going on. Did I accidentally click something? Pick a word again.
Oh,
House
this one's
card
gonna be you because
shoot.
I chose mine already.
Wait. Didn't we already do these ones?
Yeah, we did. That's what I'm saying, that you get to choose them this time.
Or did we already did? What?
Don't ask. Just do.
I'm so tempted to pop into her stream and see what's going on. I'm so tempted to pull up her stream.
Don't do it. Yeah, might have to, it has to be like an after stream thing, you know?
Gots to know, though.
Yeah. I'm currently looking for news right now because I know.
I'll go house. I've been seeing a lot of. No, stay out. I've seen a lot of clips of from the show House recently, so I'm gonna go with house. I picked a word. Lith. Being bossy in my chat, jeez.
I did not see this. You need to see this. Hold on, wait. I just gotta refresh. Oh man, I love.
Pick again, stick or skip. This one's you because I already did this one.
Oh me.
Alrighty.
Grow. I'm looking for news right now because we're currently on an ad break.
Looking for news finds that.
Yeah.
I should post that in the Discord. That'd be funny though. Oh, did you pick between these three as well? I don't know if you did.
Oh yeah, I did. I did originally, but now I choose grow.
Oh. I'm so confused. All right. Tennessee here. What is
Gams,
Tennessee?
you, and Lilithian are gremlins. Last one again. Stripped, silly, or Verdant.
Tennessee. What have they?
Verdant.
They've gone Cam Ward, and they went quarterback and edge. I could see this being Caleb Johnson or Scattaboo. I could see them going running back, something to kind of put as a 1-2 punch with Tony Pollard.
Giants fans suffered through 6 years of Daniel Jones just to have Jackson Dart to be the future.
All right. Titans select Kevin Winston.
Ooh, okay. Not
Jr.
bad. Not bad.
Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State.
Winston.
Safety. All right. Winston. Safety. And now, what could very well be the last chance for one of these quarterbacks to go. Pittsburgh's on the clock. And Pittsburgh has made their selection.
Of course they have.
Yeah, they're ready. They're ready for these. At what point, if you're the Steelers, at what point do you get to where Shadur is worth the pick? Is it worth it here to take Shadur?
What's available on the board right now? Because we have.
I think they need a quarterback.
They need a quarterback. They need to focus on this. I don't understand why it's taken them so long to pick Shador. Or they think someone else is better.
Because it could be Milroe, or it could literally be they just take someone who's a backup, and you take Rodgers and you hope to get a better quarterback next year.
I want to see urinating trees' reaction to this.
But I really think this should be.
This better.
I think this should be a quarterback.
This has to be a quarterback. There's no way.
If they don't, I don't know what. They're really banking on Aaron Rodgers, and I don't even think they know if he's going to be there. Well. But at 83, they go Caleb Johnson. They go running back. They go running back. Okay.
Also,
he's a good
riddance. Caleb Johnson is a great running back, by the way.
Yeah, he's second? I think he ended. Was he the one who ended top of the Big Ten in rushing yards?
Yes, he was definitely a top 10. He was all over the place. And Amber said thanks for participating, by the way. Yeah. Well, look, Nebraska highlights. I'm so happy to see that. Yeah. I will give credit to Iowa though. You had a great running back in Caleb Johnson.
That was about the only thing they had on offense.
I know. Pick is in for the Buccaneers, FYI. For number 84. Also, that was the weirdest laugh I laughed when they picked up Caleb Johnson instead of Shador.
I mean, works for me. You're not taking certain guys, so I'll take it. But they're off. Tampa Bay's on.
All right. Now I'm really concerned who's going to pick up Shador.
Or
or when. I should be concerned when they're going to pick up Shador.
Now here's the thing. Vegas
has 2 picks. Oh no. They're going to pick up Shador, aren't they?
They can go Shador or Miller. They have so many options. Buccaneers. They go Jacob Parrish out of Kansas
Nice.
State.
That's what they need.
That's
They definitely need
they need defense.
anything, really.
You have a defensive-minded head coach, and your defense was your biggest problem.
And that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Ironic, isn't it?
Honestly, I don't know. I won't hash the Buccaneers too much because I do like them and their players, but I mean, if you're the Buccaneers, though, I feel like Todd Bowles is not. Oh, and the Chiefs have traded up. Yippee. Okay.
So, trade Kansas City is up next.
Traded. Did New England trade back again?
It looks like it. They're right behind Cleveland.
Gosh dang it.
Also, random facts. New Saints QB Tyler Show is older than Brock Purdy, was Justin Herbert's backup at Oregon, and was in the same high school class as Trevor Lawrence.
Old.
He's an old man.
So New England
That's probably why they picked him, honestly, because he's just old,
is experienced. All right.
supposedly.
Chiefs go with, at 85, they trade up.
Took it.
And who are they going to pick? Noel Williams, cornerback from Cal. All right. All right.
What's considered old? I don't know. The fact that Tyler Show is
As-
older than Brock Purdy.
As
back up
a
to Oregon.
rookie in the NFL, 25 is old.
Yes.
We're not. Shush.
What, she argues?
She's 26. She's going to call herself old.
Oh.
Because. No way she is.
The amount of memes I'm seeing about everyone being picked before Shador is funny.
He's just having the time of his life laughing at Shador.
Me?
Yeah. Williams.
Oh my gosh. Have you seen Quinn Ewers' house? Look at this man's wall.
He lives. I mean,
I assume that's
if you take a look at the man, that's like.
that is typical for him.
All right. You said so. The Patriots went down to. Behind Cleveland. So right here. New England. And the Chargers pick is in. Not really easy for me. And where are they? Right here. There we go. I can get back on camera. Did you see what she said?
No, I did not. Get out of my head. I didn't see that. That's funny.
I told you. That's what happens when
Get out! Get out! Get out of my head.
This is what you get when you're best friends with someone. Same brain cell. He goes, "What's old?" I'm like, I know what you're thinking. To be fair, but who was it?
Oh,
Wasn't someone 25 who came in last year?
Penix.
Was Penix 25 or 24?
He was old. I don't remember how old he was.
Nix and Penix were both like. I thought maybe one of them was 25. But it
Hospital
was,
emoji. What the heck? Oh, is it because of the joke I made with banging my head?
could also just be chaos.
That's it. Also, I am turning off my alarms that I had since. I wake up early on a normal basis. My alarms were set for 5 a.m.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, and I'm turning them off because I plan to sleep in a little bit.
You still got to play at the game tomorrow?
For the spring game, but also that might be canceled because of weather.
Which, to be fair, it didn't seem like it was going to be much of a spring game anyways, so.
I don't care. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't care. It's not Rule's fault, and it's not Nebraska's fault. It's just the fact that we don't want to lose our players because they just scouted. Yeah, I saw the comment. They were scouting our players and taking them from us. That I do not like. I understand that. But taking away the spring game, I've been to several spring games as a kid. Those were so much fun.
It's a tradition thing, but now that you look at, Bucks won. About time.
Bucks win? What?
NBA.
Oh, I forgot that.
That makes it. They're now down 2-1. If they would have lost, they would have been down 3-0.
Yeah,
that would have been
over. Over.
But yeah,
Over.
spring game. I like the tradition of it, but at the same time, it's just kind of a money grab to show off who you have.
Mm-hmm.
Where in reality, it's not that helpful because if they really wanted to, they could run their own scrimmage.
Harbaugh's pumped, by the way.
He was
doing the whole train thing.
He's such a good personality to have.
I can understand why Michigan really loved Harbaugh.
I can understand why anyone loves Harbaugh. He's such a fun character to have.
Mm-hmm.
Food. I've opened it, and that's as much as I've been able to do.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of food. Now you're making me hungry.
I didn't realize they had Tyler
actually,
Conklin.
Yeah. I'm going to probably get something after this, just to snack on or whatever.
All right. Chargers.
Food.
Are they going to swipe something from Green Bay? Green Bay hasn't touched...
Spanos, no swiping.
Hasn't touched edge or corner this class, so
far.
But let's see who the Chargers take.
Defensive tackle.
Jamari Caldwell.
I mean, they do need a Joey Bosa replacement, so it's not.
Well, so this will be your interior guy, which they did need interior.
Yeah.
And that'll be nice for them. They
needed that.
That was really under people didn't point that out as much when they were talking first round in your mock drafts. Was that they did need interior help.
Mm-hmm.
So this is it's a good position to go after.
Also, Green Bay is next up on the board.
They are next up on the board. Are you actually going to take a corner or an edge? Because now you've completely just passed.
Oh, Jacksonville just went up a spot or something. It's two Jacksonvilles in a row.
So I'm assuming this was because they again traded to the end of the third.
Mm-hmm.
Pick is in, so I'm assuming this is because they just saw this or because of the last one.
Yeah. So we have
my bet is one of those Jacksonville picks is going to be a defensive tackle.
Yeah, it's probably
that would be my bet.
Yep.
But Green Bay's up. Corner or edge is my guess.
Corner.
Oh, wait, can we see to the end of?
Houston
traded back, right?
Houston is the farthest back, I think, that we can see. San Francisco was Las Vegas.
So it wasn't this next one, but the one
at Las Vegas, San Francisco, Atlanta, Jacksonville is last. So Houston's last now.
So I know what they've done. Jacksonville had the pick after the Packers, and then they traded for the pick after that pick.
Yeah.
So before even making their pick or coming on the clock, they went, no, we want 2 straight picks, which is so okay.
That's definitely something who's this?
They have a new GM, new head coach,
new everything.
New everything. Apparently, they're making moves. It's interesting. It's fun to watch. I'll say that much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say that much. But Packers are going to go and select. Oh, give them a moment.
Yeah, they're doing the whole thing again.
So while that's going, I'll trade out this for this. They are going to pick Savion Williams. They double up on receiver. I mean...
I guess, but...
Okay, and here's...
That's not necessarily what you want, though, right?
I think he has. If he's what they were looking at, he's what was he basically 6'4", 222.
Yeah, he's a big guy. I can see why, but
this just makes me question why you get, because if you're gonna get him and Golden, it makes me think that you're looking for depth.
Yeah.
And they have depth. They have a very young, and I was made clear that their receiver room is pretty much cleared out after 2026.
Oh, definitely.
Pretty much everyone's contract ends 2025 or 2026. You've gone receiver, tackle, receiver. I feel like
edge, no corner.
I feel like you're expecting somebody to get moved now because, yeah, like look at your receiver room. That's not even talking about Dontavian Wicks.
Romeo Dobbs, Reed, Watson, Williams, Golden.
That doesn't acknowledge Melton. Like,
no, it doesn't.
You have a deep receiver. You have a really deep receiver room now.
All right, first pick for Jacksonville is in.
All right, so forget who.
Houston is the last one.
No, wait, because I didn't get in the name. What was the name of the guy who was just picked? Savion Williams.
Yeah, Williams. Yeah, sorry. All right, Jacksonville. You got 2 back-to-back. His last name is Slaughter. Oh, my.
And we got Jacksonville, who is going to take...
At 88.
Caleb Ransaw.
So, this is who or some... I don't know what Green Bay is doing, honestly. They needed a corner and edge, and they went as the receiver.
I don't know what they're... I don't know what they're doing.
Are they making up for like the last 23 years of not picking a receiver or something?
Well, so they pick receivers later, and that pick makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But it just makes me question Golden even more.
Yeah.
The pick of Golden. I'd come to terms like it is okay. Like I understand it. I didn't think it was necessarily what they.
It doesn't make sense long term. For me, it doesn't make sense long term because it's like, who is your number one receiver going forward?
And well, because what you really need is you need an X receiver, and Williams kind of it fits that big bodied guy. That's more typical.
It's just they have so much depth in that room where it's like, at some point you're gonna have to make a decision who's gonna lead the pack.
Ransaw. So they go corner, and then I'm assuming you have an idea. You moved up. Yeah.
Another pick is in.
You move up. You have 2 guys specifically you want back to back.
Yeah.
Which, that's such an interesting move, especially because it seems like they did that at the same time or maybe even slightly before the Packers even made their pick, which is bold.
Yeah.
It's a bold move. Bold strategy, Con. Wow, and the draft's really filtering out now.
Yeah, because the Packers are not drafting anymore tonight.
Packers are done. Most teams are done. God. So I believe the Raiders are going to go quarterback somewhere. The question is which one, and also, does somebody else take a quarterback before the day is done? I could see Cleveland, and I could see Los Angeles, maybe Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
But Slaughter comes back out. He's like, I got to do this again. And they go Wyatt Milam,
probably. Also, just some news regarding Jack Beck, who was drafted by the Raiders. He was wearing his late brother's Rolex watch. His brother Tiger was wearing the watch when he was killed during an attack on Bourbon Street on New Year's Day.
Oh, that I remember. I remember reading about that. I did see a story on him. Yeah, I did. I remembered it was a TCU. Also forgot which one, but
Also, Mason Graham is reacting to his grandma's message, and he's just full of tears. I need to sit down and watch like every little bit that I have not seen. Like I've been so focused on teams drafting people that I'm not like super wrapped up in like what's happening afterwards.
so who's up now? Rams.
Yes, Rams are up.
Rams are on the clock. Oh, that is wrong. There we go. So Rams on the clock. And I think I have a second to take a bite of my food.
Better do it quickly.
Oh, that's because I messed with that.
Oh.
If I can manage to.
It's been kind of tame so far.
A little bit. I mean, Jacksonville.
Oh, pick
confuses
is
me.
in. Another giant bite out of his. What's it called again?
A Euro?
A euro? Okay, thank you.
Greek food. From Arby's.
I know. That's what I was asking. Oh,
No,
yeah,
just
it's
think
very
about it.
dispersed. So Rams, Ravens, Seahawks, and Saints. RRSS. For the next 4 picks.
So, pick is in. And no one's moved, I don't think.
Nom nom nom
Rams,
nom nom,
Ravens,
says Arctic Wolf.
Seahawks, Saints. Nom 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 and
Nom 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 nom. Wee wee wee. Sorry.
All right. Are we going to get any surprise picks? Are the Rams going to take a quarterback here? Are they going to get someone to sit behind Stafford for a year or two?
They gotta get somebody.
I mean,
Wee wee wee.
who do you... Because I feel like in the Rams situation, you're not looking to pick top of the class.
No.
Although, you do have the Falcons' first-round pick next year.
I think they might wait on that then. Because if they have the first pick from the Falcons for next year.
How bad do you think the Falcons will be? Give me Chimkin Nuggies.
No Chimkin Nuggies for you.
Oy.
You good, bro?
Yes.
Okay. I thought something bad was happening over there.
Projectile vomiting behind you.
They took out Shador Sanders from the ad. Did you see that? I think they took Shador Sanders out of that ad. I might be tripping though, but in the sequence of the order that I've seen, he's not there.
I haven't been paying attention, so.
I have, and that's the first time I've seen it, so I don't know if I'm just tripping, which I probably am. Maybe I just have not been watching as closely as I should be. But
No what? No to your chicken?
no, as in like I don't remember. There was a conversation that we had just a little bit ago. I don't remember what it was. Rap Report.
He's usually announcing trades, isn't he?
Yeah, usually.
Somebody trade? I don't see anybody.
No, not yet. He's probably talking about the previous trades, specifically with Jacksonville.
Well, it could also be...
About possible ones, yeah. Rams.
Could be something about Shador, too.
True.
Because he's just insider stuff, mostly.
Yeah. Brockers in 2012.
All right.
All right, Rams. Moment of truth. What are you picking here?
Do you go quarterback? Josiah Stewart. You were drafted. You're going to Los Angeles.
Let's go.
Josiah gets drafted to the Rams.
It's not the worst place.
You could play edge, right?
Yeah, I was playing edge in flag football. I was at least getting a sack or two per game.
Are you 6'1", 249 and a senior?
Sorry, was it 249? Is that what that was?
Yeah. How close is that to you?
That is very close.
6'1", 249 and a senior.
I'm closer to 6'1". On a very good day, I'm like around like exactly 240. And I'm technically a senior this year. So
Josiah
theoretically
Josiah just got drafted to the Rams.
Let's go. I can play football.
You're gonna have to chase down Kyler Murray. Good luck.
Come here, you little.
Come here, you little man. Oh my goodness.
Don't let the midget get away.
That's you know what? So yeah, that's Oh, now I'm gonna have to find a clip of that.
All right, Ravens. Oh, what? Yeah.
It was Josiah Stewart.
Yeah. He had an A. So my name, except there's an extra A.
It's
after
just
the
last
O.
name though.
Oh, that's
So just Stewart, but
Stewart. All right, Ravens. Who you picking here?
I didn't. Wait, hold on. Wait.
We're not stopping for you.
Wait, I got it. What are we picking? What are
we doing?
Emory Jones, Junior, guard from LSU. I'll take it. We need O-line. I got the exciting piece I wanted.
No,
we went out and got
cherries on tops, aren't they?
Well, so we got that. We got him for really good value.
Yeah, I was about to say it was pretty cheap too.
Because we could have gotten him in the first. We get Malachi Starks, who, if he can turn out like a good defensive back opposite to help out, and it's like he could be really good. He apparently was a running back a little bit. Some stuff with special teams.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I like versatility. So I will absolutely take that. Again, it's not a flashy pick, but I got
No, but it's still pretty good.
He doesn't need to be like a Pro Bowler.
No. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, we have 11 picks left, and Seattle has their pick.
Is this a quarterback? Could this be someone to sit behind Sam Darnold? Probably not. I don't.
That. Oh, you got a Packers and a Seahawks fan getting along? That's interesting. It's a very interesting friendship.
What?
Especially talking about their histories between the two. All right, here we go.
At this point, it's just who's the quarterback that goes and where do they go?
Sean Alexander. Oh, yeah.
He was out there earlier. So Seahawks are going to go at 92 and pick.
Making a drum roll, sorry.
Jalen Milroe!
Oh! Even Milroe got picked before Shador. He just said no way. He says he wants Shador. That kid. You don't know ball. Actually, he might actually know a little bit of ball.
I think he was trash talking because he did this and then he did this.
Yeah. I don't think he was a Seahawks fan either. I'm not sure.
He was wearing Bucs stuff, so I doubt it.
I want to say Seahawks, you have a project on your hands.
If Carroll was still there, sure. I don't know that
McDonald.
I don't think Mike McDonald is the guy to develop Jalen Milroe.
You never know. Hey, crazy things have happened in the NFL. We can see a lot happening. But honestly, I'm not super upset with this pick, but it's not what I expected, and there were plenty of other things that they could fill out here. So you got Darnold, Milrow, Drew Lock, and Howell in the QB room currently.
Howell and Locke are going to be your backups.
Yeah.
Darnold's
probably yeah, he's definitely the starter.
He's going to start this year.
Oh, definitely.
How long do you wait for Milrow to start?
I'd say a couple of years.
You have 4 years with Milrow. I think they have 3 years with Darnold.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I want to see what this next year what next year is about, because that kind of determines a lot of stuff.
I really wanted him to go to Vegas.
Yeah,
he would have been
Vegas with
sit under Gino, learn
Gino
with
and
Carroll, and
Carroll,
in 2 years you could have had Milrow and Genty playing together. That would have been.
Oh, the possibilities there.
That could have been so much fun. Like,
I keep forgetting how fast he is too.
So that's where his upside is he's a ridiculous runner, and he has potential as a thrower, but he has so much to develop. I don't think he's gonna develop in Seattle. But I mean, we're gonna have to see. I want to see what he's someone who could be very exciting.
All right. So there are 3 teams right now that have the possibility of picking up Shedeur Sanders. Saints being one of them, Cleveland being the second, and Vegas being the third.
Well, New Orleans isn't going to get one anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So
I keep forgetting that because New Orleans is weird. I don't know why. So it's just 2 teams now. It's Cleveland and Vegas. I don't know what they're doing. I was just talking with somebody, and both of us were like, "Yeah, he's probably going to drop to the 4th round."
And it's possible at this point, like the Giants could trade up and take him.
True.
It's very possible that someone moves up to get him. Jalen Milrow to this. And the thing that I hate is I had thought about it so many times and was like, he could develop there. And I'm like, no, Pete Carroll's not there anymore.
Well, we'll see how it works.
It would have been great if it wasn't I don't know that how well he's going to develop there.
Yeah.
Like, their offense was kind of iffy last year, and it's not from a lack of pieces. It wasn't from a lack of pieces. I'm just concerned.
All right, Saints. With the 93rd pick, you are picking for round 3.
Jonas
Sanker
from Virginia, safety.
Not bad. They need some help on defense. Like I said, load the defense with talent. Let the offense figure themselves out.
Maybe Tyrann Mathieu replacement down the line.
I can see that. Eventual
you just
replacement.
got Reed, so
yeah,
you're kind of good. That's the only thing I can think of as a replacement for Matthew, which would be fair.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Sanker.
They have gaming chairs. Saints gaming chairs.
Cleveland's.
Oh wow, Cleveland's already up.
Is this
all right? Is this Shedeur or is this somebody else? To be determined.
Could it be a different quarterback? I just feel like Shedeur just makes that room so cluttered because you have question marks as to who you start. You have Flacco, who's a backup. You have Kenny Pickett, who's a backup.
Who's probably going to start.
Shedeur, who, like, it's, and especially where it gets really weird is like when you get towards the end of the year, it's, counting the injured man, Watson, Pickett, Flacco, and Sanders. What?
There's a lot of.
There's no. I mean, again, Sanders, maybe there's room for him to develop, but the way I view it is he's pretty close to his ceiling.
Indeed.
He's got this much room to. I don't know.
There's not a lot of time left.
And I kind of like what the Browns have been doing, so I feel like if they don't, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not a quarterback, and they're just saving quarterback for next year. Maybe you get like, I don't know, someone who could be a serviceable serviceable backup, or someone who is potentially a development guy who can sit and you kind of see if he does anything. You know, like a Will Levis, where you take him, maybe he develops into something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you give him a chance, but if he doesn't, you don't expect him to turn out, and if he doesn't, you can take a guy high next year.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There's a lot of possibilities, and I don't know. It's
who takes Shedeur Sanders?
He's a great running back. I'm looking at the post about Milroe.
Mm-hmm.
Shedeur clears Milroe in arm talent.
No duh.
Yeah.
You don't.
Seattle is raw.
It's not.
Shedeur had a good run. It gets better and better. Oh. Okay. This makes me feel a little bit more of a Jackson Dart fan. It's adorable.
Good with kids.
Yeah.
So looking at the Seahawks, I'm not surprised that they went quarterback. It wasn't going to be Sanders. I don't think it should have been Sanders by any means, because you get Milroe for his potential upside. You get Sanders for kind of what he brings right now. So,
yeah.
And that's not to say he's like, obviously he's not at his peak. He hasn't hit the peak of his play yet.
Mm-hmm.
But you're getting him for where he's at now. Milroe you get for the future. If you pay Sam Darnold that kind of money,
Lillard a demon. Oh, something happened with the NBA stuff.
That would be NBA stuff.
I know who that is. I'm just saying, did something big happen in the NBA while we were doing this?
I'm assuming he just had a good game.
Yeah, because he's on the
Bucks.
Oh, he's on the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh yeah, did he get traded there? Right. Yeah.
This is his second year there.
That's right. Because originally he was on the is it the Raptors?
He's been in the Trailblazers his entire
Trailblazers. That's what.
All right, Browns.
The Browns.
Is it Shedeur Sanders?
Gabriel!
I like that. I like Dylan Gabriel.
I also agree with you. Dylan Gabriel is
he's a little bit older, but he can develop.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what this doesn't do is throw another currently mid-tier quarterback into the mix. Instead, you have someone who can develop, or maybe they think he could start, I guess, but he's more upside than anything. Are we going to get a run of quarterbacks now? Is this what we're doing?
Maybe.
Okay, now it's funny. Now it's just...
This is hilarious.
It's comedic at this point.
This is hilarious. I love this.
But again, I really like Gabriel.
He's a great quarterback. I'm not...
I also just tend to like quarterbacks coming out of Oregon, but...
Yeah, Oregon quarterbacks, they do decently. They haven't had much success, obviously, but...
Well, Bo Nix, Herbert, I think Mariota's the one who really didn't do anything, but he had such a bad situation coming into the NFL.
Yeah.
Those are the last three, I think, to come into the NFL. Now you have Dylan Gabriel. I'm excited to see what he does. I like that. I like that. That's the first time which is going to be real unfortunate because he's on the Browns, but I like the pick.
Yeah.
He's just a guy that I've liked though. I mean, he had a really good year too.
Mm-hmm.
They were number 1 up until they
I
played
just
Ohio State.
realized
the second
Wilson is a center.
Yeah.
I completely forget that he is still there, and nobody's picked a center. I don't. Who necessarily needs a center? Do the Patriots need one?
The Patriots could use another lineman. They could use many more linemen.
So maybe him.
He could go here. This could be a number of things. Once at this point, I'm a little bit more out of my element as far as guessing.
Yeah.
So I'm more just sitting.
So we have 7 picks after the Patriots, who are currently selecting their pick.
Oh wait, did Atlanta moved up?
Oh, they did.
Philly moved down. Huh.
Interesting. So something to change
I'll
here in
have
a
to
second.
change that. Yeah. Patriots go
Jared
Wilson. There
Hey,
you go.
there we go. You did say they needed a lineman.
Yeah, and I wasn't gonna make a guess on that, and then you just mentioned that, and I was like, all right, cool. So yeah, let me move, because Atlanta's now on the clock. Atlanta's making a lot of moves up,
Yeah.
not a lot of moves down. So
No. They're being aggressive. Justin says he has our Nuggets. Not my Nuggies.
So we got
I like my chicken nuggets.
Atlanta on the board. What does Atlanta go? Because
Who knows? Because Atlanta doesn't make any sense to me.
they moved up for something.
Yeah, they see somebody.
They've gone what?
They're seeing somebody.
They're seeing somebody?
Yeah, they're seeing somebody.
What have they gone? Sorry, that was over there. They've gone Walker. They've gone Pierce. So linebacker edge and linebacker slash edge and edge. What else has Atlanta taken? Where's that?
I think every time I see somebody
only pick.
with the Shador watch thing, I think it's all mocking.
Probably.
Because I can't. Because none of the people I've seen doing that are people who are trying to get him. If that makes sense.
No, I mean, the one I saw earlier was wearing Bucks stuff, so you know.
Yeah, that's fair.
But the Falcons at 96, so last natural pick in the 3rd round, are gonna select Xavier Watts, safety out of Notre Dame. I don't know why that happened, but
You got your answer for
there you
pretty
go.
fast.
Xavier Watts. So a safety, you go linebacker slash edge. He's listed at linebacker with Walker. You go out and get Pierce on the edge, and now you get a safety after losing Simmons.
Yeah. So it's Walker, Pierce Jr., and Watts. That's who we have.
Who's the other safety that's there?
Why can I not remember?
Oh, he played in Cincy. Bates. He's right. He's
Oh.
on the screen.
Yeah.
So you got Watson Bates, which I don't hate that. I don't.
I don't either.
I mean, like they're really aggressive for some of this stuff where it doesn't seem like they're maneuvering the board as necessarily they need to, but I don't mind the pieces they're getting.
Neither do I. It's
Wait a minute. Hold
What?
on. This is the Texans. It was supposed to, when did they move? Hold on.
Minnesota's lost, by the way, for tonight.
Yeah, they moved and I didn't see.
I didn't see that either. I was too busy trying to figure out something. So it's Texans, Vegas, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Minnesota.
Houston is gonna go
In pick.
with Jalen Smith, corner from USC. That switch, unless I just didn't notice it, was so last minute.
That was very last minute. I didn't see that at all.
So Houston moves up here.
That might have happened during that little buffer we had
It may
on our
have.
end.
And then Minnesota's at the bottom. This is that last pick of this round has switched so much.
He quite has.
So what was the name? Smith.
Raiders, San Francisco, and Philadelphia.
Who's a cornerback?
Interesting turn of events.
So Raiders.
Do they pick Shador here? Does somebody do it?
I think they. I don't know who else does now. Unless it's the Giants, but
they're not even in the third round.
And it doesn't. I'm not. It doesn't even have to be in the third round. I'm just saying in general who picks him and.
Yeah.
Like who.
Shador gets picked by the Raiders, or he drops to the fourth, and he'll be picked up by the Giants.
I mean, so if I think it's also very possible that if the Raiders take a quarterback that isn't Shador, you could see the Giants trade up.
Yeah.
But also at the same time, who else is gonna take him?
I don't know.
Like,
yeah, they cut out Shador. They actually cut out Shador from this ad. I've not seen him on that ad 3 times now.
That's wild.
All that promotion, and what did that get you, huh, Sanders?
I don't know what is going on. Raiders are up, yes?
Yep.
Raiders are up.
Raiders.
I didn't see the pick in, so we're going to say... Oh, there. I'm going to say on the clock, and we're going to scroll down here preemptively. So, they get back-to-back picks here, which gives them room to go quarterback and then something else. Or something else than quarterback. Doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
You probably have both of these figured out.
I would hope so.
I think the moment you put this in, you have a pretty good idea of what the next one's going to be too. One of them, it doesn't really matter what order you pick them in.
Hi, Wilkins.
Hello.
We're trying to figure out what the heck and where Shador is going to go right now.
Why do I feel like this has been more eventful than day one?
This has been very eventful. Nah, you good, man.
Good.
We started earlier because obviously the draft started earlier and people don't get off work and then yada yada. Also, this has been a lot faster than I thought it would be.
I think...
Nah, Shador isn't picked. Do you want to know who has been, though?
You want me to list off the names?
I'll let you list them off then.
First, so obviously we had round 1, Cam Ward, and then we had Jackson Dart. And then at, 9th pick in the 3rd was Tyler Show.
From Louisville.
From the quarterback from Louisville. And then we had, I think we didn't have anyone until a couple picks ago, being Jalen Milroe to the Seahawks.
And then we had Dylan Gabriel
to the Browns. And Shadur's still there. So, what?
Show before Sanders. I'm not kidding.
Show before a lot of people. Okay. Seahawks QB doesn't surprise me. Milroe does a little bit because he's such a project, and I don't know that that's what they need.
Has potential, but he needs to be developed right.
Yeah, and I don't think they have.
Yeah, Seahawks doesn't surprise me at QB. No, or at least not too much.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me they got one.
Probably. He must have done something wrong. Because, like, you don't drop from, like, possible top 5 pick.
Look at this room, though. You have Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, and you can sit behind Geno. That's such a good spot.
Yeah.
It would have been so good to have Milroe in there.
If I'm a Seahawks, I would have waited for a better draft class for QB. Honestly, well, if you're, like, in the middle of the road, though, and next year's going to be, like, a QB-heavy class.
The reason you don't is because Milroe is a project. He's going to take 2 to 3 years to really be starter caliber if he actually gets there.
If he gets there.
If he gets there, which I think he has the possibility to. I didn't see that the pick was in, so I have to switch this real quick.
All right, Raiders. What are we doing? What are we doing?
All right, Raiders with pick 98. They have the following pick as well. So we're at least expecting a quarterback here. Likely Shadur. If it's Will Howard, I'm going to lose my mind. Or Quinn Ewers.
Ewers would be funny.
But here's the thing. Ewers, I think, is a better developmental guy.
Oh, definitely. It's not Shedeur Sanders.
Caleb
Rogers. I mean, they got a
get
guard.
linemen. Again, it doesn't matter what order you pick it in.
No, I'm just happy that they got a guard.
You got back-to-back picks. So this is Rogers. Who's a guard, and we're just gonna keep him there because they go again. But no, like if you're the Seahawks, I can see why. It's just I don't think they have the resources to develop him because you basically need to teach him how to throw. You need to run through so much of just teaching a quarterback.
Yeah.
And I don't think the time frame is a problem. I think his potential makes it worth it. I just don't think they have the resources they needed to put into
Or
that.
Dart Show Milroe Gabriel. That's crazy. But
Is with pick 99.
the Falcons should pick up Sanders and have him sit behind a vet like Penix.
I guess.
That'd be even funnier. Oh my gosh.
Is with pick 99.
Please.
Does Shadur go to
Please.
the Raiders?
Please. It's not Shedeur Sanders.
They select. They go Charles
Charles
Grant. He falls out of the. Unless he goes to San Francisco, he's gonna fall out of the top 100.
Going to San Fran.
He's gonna fall out of the top 100. They traded. Well, okay, they didn't trade up, I guess. But you go back-to-back linemen, which
It's smart. It's very smart.
So,
Especially if you want to protect your future quarterback, if you were going to pick a future quarterback.
or you can develop your line and pick someone next year.
Yeah.
But again, there's still Will Howard. There's still Quinn
Geno's-
Ewers. There's still Shadur Sanders.
Oh my gosh.
You can pick any of them. Whatever's left. Is he going to be a Giant?
Already with a full QB room like that?
I mean, again, he can start in a few. Well, he could start next year because he could
You
start
have
over
four
Jameis.
quarterbacks right now in that quarterback room. You
Yeah,
have
but-
Wilson, Winston, Dart, and then
Oh wait,
DeVito.
no, yeah, I forgot they got Dart. No, there's. Oh, okay. So the situation remains likely for Shadur. Las Vegas, which
Oh, they've already been making that comparison. They've been doing that since round one, and it's annoying.
okay, the difference
Just look
is
at the internet, bro.
Brady didn't fall from the first to 199.
Yeah,
That's
that's the difference.
the difference is he was an underdog. That's why Brock Purdy's is more comparable. Is Brock Purdy was not a big name in the draft. This is not the same thing.
This is completely different.
All right, so 49ers are up. But so okay. The situation remains. And honestly, I think the thing is it's funny, but honestly, it still works well in the Raiders' favor because they pick, as far as the quarterback needy teams, they are still the next team up to pick.
Mm-hmm. Remember when Shedeur was making all those "Man, I love the Browns"? I always play them in Madden to crap because he thought he was for sure going to be their first round pick. This is heroin to me. The thing is that If Shador gets picked by any team, he's not going to be starting.
At this point, no.
No. He's going to be a bench.
Well,
and
no.
he is not going to be happy about that. He was wanting to start right away.
I mean, it depends, because if he went to the Giants, he wasn't going to be a starter.
It's fair.
The only place I think there's two places he could have came in this year and been a starter. And it's scenario-based. It's maybe the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, he's also asking, what are you eating?
I got a gyro from Arby's because I wanted to try it. But it's either the Browns, maybe, if you went there, or the Steelers if they don't get Rodgers, are the only two scenarios where he starts this year. Unless Rodgers ended up being really that bad, and then maybe he would end up starting. But
because the thing is, I'm looking at the 4th round right now. Giants are the only team that I can see right now that could pick him.
Giant, well, again, they have Dark.
And New Orleans.
And New Orleans both have a quarterback.
Did you see his hat shelf of the teams that I might start at? Yes, I did see that. It is ridiculous.
I did not.
Dude, have you seen his draft room?
No.
All of it says legendary. With a $sign, by the way. And I think it's ironic. And that's why I like this, because I do not like his kind of attitude, because he is cocky and arrogant.
Yeah, you go from potentially the 2nd pick overall to falling out of the top 100 and into the 4th round.
Yeah. Also, by the way, he must have said something or done something behind the scenes that we don't know.
No.
It's not
49ers go
Upton
Stout
Stout.
from Western Kentucky.
Yeah, they need some help in that secondary. He must have said, like, there must be something going on behind the scenes that we're not understanding. Or it's just teams finally woke up and realized, oh, wait, we don't want this kind of attitude and personality on our team.
It could be very... It could be very well he just didn't test well or interview well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's something that he didn't do well. Either that or just nobody feels like he stands out compared to the other guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, Lith. I don't like those kind of guys. That's why I didn't like Johnny Manziel. I didn't like him. And the only reason why Baker Mayfield is the exception is because he grew on me, and he was actually, an underdog for a while. So, and I like him being a Buccaneer. So,
pretty good on the Buccaneers.
Yeah. I wonder if in like the next month or so a big criminal case or something on him is coming out. It doesn't seem like
Trade.
I don't know about that.
Trade.
Guys like that make their teams look bad. I do agree. And also, Broncos are picking next.
Yep, they traded with the Eagles.
Mm-hmm. Also, very interesting that you said, "Oh, I wonder if a criminal case is coming out." I
don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Not downplaying whatever you're saying. I'm just saying that, like, personally, I wouldn't hope that something like that happens. Like, you don't wish that upon somebody. Unless they're a truly evil person.
Broncos, go ahead and select. I said that way.
You didn't know.
Savion
They get an edge.
Jones. I felt like, I think this is a good spot for them to get one.
Yeah.
I think they needed one, but it wasn't their top priority.
Also, per Will's suggestion for my jury duty, we sent that person to jail solely based on Will telling me to do so. You better have.
The jury. I love the idea that he just walks in there and he's like, this guy told me that I have to vote you guilty regardless, so.
But sir, oopsie daisy.
But sir.
My client says, liar, liar, pants is not on fire.
We have very many eyewitness testimonies saying that he didn't do it. Too bad. Bye-bye.
Beyond.
All right.
I
So
held the jury hostage until they all unanimously said, "Okay, death penalty." Oh my gosh,
we're not leaving.
we're not leaving.
All right.
Last pick of the third round and of day 2.
Does
The
Minnesota
Vikings.
actually hold on to this pick? They do. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say the pick is in.
It's been passed around so
It's like a
much.
baton. There's been so many picks being like, "Here, you take it. No, you take it. You take it. You take it."
Everybody that's I think everyone that's traded down to this spot has traded back up at some
Yeah,
point.
at some point, it's always,
Minnesota's just like, yay.
yay.
I blasted Baby Shark until they went insane.
I blessed Baby Shark until they all went insane. Yeah, you would.
All right.
I don't even know
last
you, and I know you would.
Pick.
Who's
We
this?
get to, we
Who's
get
that guy?
We get to end off with the Vikings in Green Bay on day 2.
Skull.
Hit him with a skull.
Do it. You won't. Yeah. He did it.
There you go.
All right. There they go. There they go.
Getting them going.
All right, here we go. Last pick of the day. Shedeur Sanders.
Ty.
Hey, they got a wide receiver.
Hey, go
Interesting.
receiver. I mean, so yeah, like down at this point, you're getting some depth and stuff.
Yeah,
This
definitely.
it's valid.
Yeah, wow, another Husker game.
So yeah, yippee! That's how that ends, and Shedeur falls to day 3.
4th round, buddy. That makes
And-
me so happy.
It's just I have so many questions as to what like.
I don't
I'm
have
not
questions.
surprised he's fallen, but this. What happened? What
It has to be something with the interviews that he had with every team, or he did something right before the draft or during the draft that upsetted them.
Okay, but how are insiders are usually better at this is because insiders had him like maybe he's a top 5 too, maybe he falls to 21, 26, but I don't think any of those analysts were gonna go, yes, he's gonna fall out of day 2, and I don't know what's going on with Shedeur. That's what. I don't know. That's. Well, I mean, we'll have to see tomorrow, I guess. Which is unfortunate because now we don't get to cover it.
Yay! We'll probably see it on like Instagram or something tomorrow, and we'll be like, "Huh, Shedeur
Huh.
didn't even get drafted."
Goes undrafted.
That would be hilarious.
That would be the biggest.
It's not impossible.
It's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen, but it's not impossible.
That pretty much is what it means to. It's not gonna. He's probably. I just don't know who picks him because it's.
I'm relishing right now. Just leave me be.
There's 3 teams left. I see taking him.
Yeah, I want to see what the world is talking about. Browns pass on Shedeur Sanders, select Dylan Gabriel. Yeah, we saw that.
I see Raiders, Steelers, Rams still
Fair.
as his best landing spots, or his really only landing spots left. But you still have Will Howard and Quinn Ewers. So who's
Dude
gonna
was a
take
top 3 projection like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, but to be fair, I didn't see him going to the Giants at 3 anyways. I saw him, if anything, going to the Giants at the end of the first.
There are people who are already putting the gifts or just whatever you want to call them, saying, "Put the fries in the bag, bro." Michigan Panthers commit. He might go undrafted. Collusion, bro, going back to high school.
I just don't know what's. I don't know.
You
what's
can't
going
tell
on
me
there.
Spencer James and Shedeur Sanders aren't the same parallel. XFL first ballot Hall of Famer. Carolina or 49ers?
For
Link,
sure.
LinkedIn at this point. UFL waiting. Too brash and polarizing for many teams. That's a fair assessment. NFL on BS like always. I wish Al Davis was still here. What do you mean the NFL's on BS? They're actually, I'd say all teams are making smart decisions. It's just they're not picking him as early as we thought they would.
Well, honestly, I don't know. That
He'll
could be-
surely get drafted round 4, right? Who did he pull? Whoa. Okay, I can't say that on stream.
Mhm.
At this point, I'll be drafted before Sanders. Not
You
worried.
have.
Yeah, I was. Will, you missed, or not Will, Wilkins. Wilkins, you missed it.
He got drafted by the Rams.
Yeah. Is he being blacklisted?
Whoa there.
It wasn't Shannon Sharp on those tapes. It had to be Shador Sanders. That's the only explanation. Oh my gosh, guys.
This is what happened.
Shador being trolled. Bro had to smash the nope. Goes to media. Goes to show that media hyped him up. Then when teams started evaluating and interviewing him, he dropped off everyone's board. His talent does not mask his arrogance.
That still doesn't.
Brush up on your Chinese, bro.
That still doesn't explain. Even like the NFL, like analysts and insiders were still way off. So that's just, I don't know. There's something funky going on. But yeah, the Rams, I think it was the third round, drafted an edge. By his name is Josiah. He's 6'1", 249, and a senior, or was a senior.
Which is very scarily close to my
It's him.
statistics.
Same person.
Also, we did get the final trade results of the Bears and Panthers trade all that time ago, remember?
Mhm.
So the Bears received DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Tariq Stevenson, Caleb Williams, Torrey Taylor, and Luther Burden. Carolina receives Bryce Young.
A little lopsided.
A little lopsided, but
Neither have won anything though.
no,
So
they're both still at the same tier.
just goes to show that it really didn't matter either way. You can say that the Bears have won, but
That's what I was looking for originally. Was like I wanted to see what that trade result was and see if that was still, excuse me, accurate or not. But I don't know.
no team has won like anything though. So even if the Bears come away with some like actually good players, neither of you have won anything, so it doesn't matter.
I'm so happy. I'm enjoying the salty tears of the Shador fanboys. They're amazing. Did I just see Brady 2002 or 2000? Oh my gosh, yeah, they have the drones going on in the background with Brady. What the heck?
Interesting.
Even in retirement, Brady still trolls the NFL. Or most of the NFL.
It's actually Brady who's doing that.
Yeah, definitely. He's
He
using
showed
his,
up and was
he's
like-
using his mind. Yeah, I don't know. But overall, a lot more chaotic than the first day. It's entertaining.
On the first day or the second day? Oh, more chaotic than the first day.
Yeah.
Yes. And not just because... I know I definitely felt the chaos.
I know you definitely did. You were constantly like typing everything right away. But just watching this unfold in real time, I was like, at some point, what was it? Was it 3 teams that traded that last place in the third round like 3 or 4 times or whatever it was? They kept switching positions all the time. And then we had 2 teams with 2 back-to-back picks, the Jaguars and the Raiders. That was fun to watch.
So the Raiders was them trading back and just getting those. The Jaguars traded up behind themselves to make
I mean, if it works, it works. I'm not going to argue with it.
The thing that's confusing is trading up behind yourself instead of trading up in front of yourself.
yeah.
Because
They have a way. I'm not going to
It's so
argue with it.
interesting.
It's just
so interesting.
interesting.
But we're getting a very different vibe, a very different front office for the Jaguars, and it shows.
Yeah, and they're actually being aggressive, and I like it. Goes to show that all that media hype means nothing, huh, Shador?
Such
When
a hater.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. I can respect talent, but I cannot respect ego and arrogance. So that's why whenever I talk about Aaron Rodgers, do not like him. But his skill and his talent when he was in his prime, really good. Really good quarterback.
Yeah.
For the most part, I've been able to separate the player on the field and the player off the field. I think I've been doing a decent job. I know it won't happen, but I would give nearly anything for Shador to go out drafted. We were just talking about this. I was like, I would love it if Shador went undrafted. Just to humble him.
I know he won't for the reason of and yes, there are quarterbacks who are going above him, but I can see these guys, like Milroe, absolutely I could see being a top 100 quarterback. Or a top 100 pick. Dylan Gabriel, I viewed as a top 100 pick. I think I was one of the only ones because I think a lot of people had him below most of the other guys.
Ooh, so there's also being something said. What if Shador should go back to college?
Can he do that?
Technically, you can. There's nothing saying that you have to be drafted the year you said you're going to go for the draft. You can still be in college.
I thought that was part of declaring. I have to look at the ins and outs of what officially declaring does, because I thought that.
Okay, so a lot of people are saying I don't think you can go back to college, right? So not even I don't think most people know what to do.
I thought if you declared, you waive your eligibility.
Probably.
But I don't know. That's not something I've seen, so I don't know. But no, but yeah, again, he's falling a lot further, and there's people passing him, but there are quarterbacks that are going to get drafted who are not going to be anything more than backups.
Yeah.
And
so I also just realized, is it too late for the transfer portal?
I think
a little bit. Also, Deion Sanders did say at some point that he and Shador will pick where they will play in the NFL. Like, they specifically stated that they have control of where they're going to play, or where his son is going to play.
they said that, but they've also come out and said stuff that goes against that, which is because there was the whole when he was being mocked around, it was let's hope New York, and then they came out and said we'd also take Cleveland, which is basically is saying, hey, they have places they want to go, but they don't actually plan to be like, no, we're not gonna.
Yeah.
Unless he's been called several times, and they're just like,
yeah. Also, it would be super awkward for Shador to go back to college, and then he can't wear his number because it got retired.
well, that's where they would done retire it if he went back to Colorado. The point of retiring it is retiring it for that person.
Tyler Show is absolutely the type of QB who can help the Saints land Arch Manning in 2026.
Yes, he
Great
is.
pick.
You picked him at. You picked him at.
They know what they're doing, I think.
You said they do or they don't?
I said I think they do. Saints
Really?
drafted Will Levis 2.0. Yeah, probably.
You drafted him so high, though.
They did that on purpose, I swear. There's no way they did that on accident.
I mean, you're getting someone to play, and maybe he gives you a better chance than Jake Hayner or Spencer Rattler, but
if you wanted to just get the top pick next year, you would stick with Spencer Rattler as your starter for next year. That's
Mhm.
which means you think that it's actually. And maybe I'm wrong on him. I don't know. That one is a real head scratcher to me. With the value, the value is what really throws me off. Milrow again. The stuff is really weird. I honestly the only ones that Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, yes.
Yes.
I think those were pretty solid moves. And again, we've talked about it. It's not a super QB heavy class.
Mm-mm.
It's not like super high end talent. But again, Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, pretty good value, and Dylan Gabriel, a chance to sit and develop. It's like pretty, and I think Dylan Gabriel is actually a good character to put in Cleveland.
Yeah, I believe so. Also, the Giants really drafted Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader in the same draft.
Anakin being Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter being
Darth Vader. Yep, because he had on his what do you call it? The stickers that they put on there. What are they called? Help me. I can't.
The nose tape.
The nose tape. Thank you. It's nose tape. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's technically called tape. No, actually, the thing that is really funny though is the paint looking like the scar.
Yeah.
I looked at that because the Darth Vader, I'm like, yeah, Darth Vader, but you look at that and you're like, oh my god, it's a scar.
Scar.
That's so fun.
Yeah. I also just saw that Shador texted or tweeted that, "Thank you God for everything." I'm like,
that was.
I mean, yes, praise him, but also,
That was at 7:45, so that would have been.
Oh, did you see that?
There was a timestamp. It came up on here. So that would have been.
I didn't see that. But
probably towards the end of the first round, or not the second round, first of the day. Right? Because it is, what time is it?
10:36.
10:36. Oh, so 7:45. Maybe.
That was halfway through the second.
It would have been towards the end of the second, I think.
Yeah. So they knew what they were doing here, apparently. I don't know. This has been an interesting draft so far. I'm enjoying it.
You're just happy to see him fall.
Yeah, I am too. But I'm going off of your Ravens picks. I think.
Oh yeah,
I think they've been doing pretty well. I mean, you got the pieces you want. You got your Mike Green.
Mike Green, I'm so happy.
You got your guy.
We got him in the second too.
And you didn't have to trade up or anything.
Didn't have to trade up or anything. It gave me a heart attack with the Lions moving.
Oh yeah, the Lions were they were knocking at that door too.
They both I was like, oh, okay.
Please have mercy, Lions.
We're not the Packers. Please, they're over there. Go get them.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we got Mike Green. We got him in the second, which being able to get Mike Green in the second and then still Malachi Starks in the first. Again, I love the value of our picks. Starks obviously has some question marks because he didn't have as good of a 2024, but he, I think, has the potential to play really well alongside Kyle Hamilton. And again, you get, if Mike Green can stay out of trouble and go in and be productive, you have the potential to have another really scary defense again. And that's just something that so excited.
Oh yeah. Ty Robinson is at 103. Yeah, go Ty Robinson.
Yeah, he should theoretically go. Well,
I want to know who gets him.
backs.
So
Of course,
Genty,
Johnson
Hampton,
goes-
Judkins, Henderson, Harvey, and Johnson.
Of course, Johnson has to go to the Steelers. I mean, funny because it's not Shadur, but
Well, Johnson isn't like. He's not as hyped up to be as like Najee Harris was when they drafted him. Remember?
he's not as hyped. But like, that's also the thing is he's not hyped, but he's good, which is why it's concerning. Is he's not
Okay,
gonna be overhyped.
Okay, but what O line is going to make room for him to run?
Their O-line has been worked on over the years. I think they have.
They were bad this last year.
I don't think they were that bad, especially
They-
compared to previous years.
I think they've been slightly getting worse over the years. That's just my opinion. I've seen enough urinating tree and I've seen enough film to know that they've been slowly getting worse. It also doesn't help that you had Russell Wilson messing up half the time. So it was half him and then half the O-line. So just depends on who you had, I guess. But also, the Steelers weren't using their running backs correctly. I mean, you heard Najee Harris talking about how he was not very happy with the Steelers and how they used him. But
Yeah, and they didn't use Warren as well last year.
yeah, Warren wasn't also
So-
used. And they favored Warren over Najee Harris.
And
So-
because he was being more productive, and again, that's partially how they've been using him. But
Yeah.
I just, I almost feel like the Steelers are trying to make a statement by their picks and who they're not picking, obviously.
Yeah.
And I don't know why.
If he's there, you take him, right?
Shadur.
Yeah,
Or-
assuming that's what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, it's like it feels like they're almost trying to make a statement like we're not taking Shadur and we need a quarterback. That is how little and it's like, okay, why? But
Apparently, Tomlin doesn't like Shador. I don't know.
or maybe they're just trying to get as much value as they can from him, and they're like, we would have taken you in the first, but we're playing mind games to get you in the fourth.
Maybe.
I don't.
We don't know what the Steelers are doing.
If he, I don't know what I'm gonna do if he falls out of the fourth because
I'd laugh.
he like. It's already ridiculous that he's fallen out of the third, but if the Steelers don't take him in the fourth,
Where is he gonna go?
and
What's gonna happen?
but like also I kind of hope they don't take him in the fourth because it would be really good value for him.
Also, at that point, you just take Ewers.
Maybe it depends. You don't.
Is Ewers not? I know he's not quite day one ready, but do you think he's a lot upside?
Ewers, I mean, he's pretty young. He's only played what? Because he's not a senior yet, is he?
He's a junior, I think.
He was a junior. I thought. I think he only played 3 years. Or he was redshirted and then played last
Yeah,
year.
he was.
This year.
Yeah.
He's got room to grow. I mean, it's not a great look that people were wondering if Manning would start over you, but I mean, obviously you saw what he did with Texas. He made them a really good team.
Yeah.
With a lot of other stuff that Steve Sarkisian has done there. But I mean, he's part of a team that's completely turned it around.
Mm-hmm.
And by completely turned it around, I mean had become an actual comeback to glory sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
So Ewers could go. I think Ewers could fit well with the Rams. Will Howard, I could see.
I kind of forgot about Will Howard. I'm not gonna lie.
And he's someone who also is getting. He's
Will
just not
Howard
getting
might
the
go to the
media talk.
Steelers.
He's not getting the media talk, but they're like.
He might get
who was
drafted by
it?
the Steelers.
Gruden has a podcast where he's talked to Will Howard and said he sees no reason why he's as low. Like he should be up there as like QB 2 or 3 because he compared him to Josh Allen, which he can run and he has a lot of size.
Yeah.
And he's got arm talent.
There's a lot of quarterbacks that have been compared to Josh Allen, yet I have not seen that out of all of them. The closest one I've been seeing that is maybe Drake May, and even then, he's not.
He's such a different kind of player.
Yeah, I know. And it's just like when people compare players to players, it's like you can't do that. Everyone's different. You can't just can't copy paste.
But I do say like you could view Will Howard as someone who is similar to Josh Allen, but not Josh Allen now, but Josh Allen but when he was getting drafted as you got to go through the same work with Will Howard as you did Josh Allen to get him there, which is you can work like you can do that. I am surprised he's fallen as much. I think Quinn Ewers and Will Howard were people who could have been fringe first rounders, but for some reason I don't know if it's just something with the testing or just teams don't value quarterback that much in this class. But
I think they're more concerned about other pieces right now. I think that's what's happening.
there's the slide on a lot of these guys.
It happens. It happens every year. There's a certain position that slides.
I think
it just happens to be quarterback this year.
I think it's very possible that Howard and Ewers go over Sanders because again,
Oh, they definitely will.
I think Ewers could fit well with the Rams. I mean technically they can fit anywhere. I think Ewers with the Rams, Howard with the Steelers.
That I can see.
If you're getting Rodgers.
Yeah, if you're getting Rodgers, yes.
Which part of it is maybe I'm wondering like, hey, is this a way of trying to get Rodgers, or
That might be another reason. Like telling him that his
like,
job
hey,
is secured.
we've gone 2 days without drafting a quarterback.
Please
This
come
is
over
your
here.
room.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, who do they have? Mason
know.
Rudolph? Did they bring Rudolph back? I
Maybe.
think.
I don't know.
And
Take Sanders off the board. He's not even the top three draft
he's the
rounds
only
now.
one left.
Yeah, take him off. We don't need him up there anymore.
I mean,
I'm done. I'm done.
to be fair, I do think he is on the thumbnail of this video
He
or
is.
this live stream.
He is. Well, that's
think
because we thought he'd go higher.
I think I have all 4 of. I think I had those 4 in the
If
thumbnail.
I'm gonna be completely honest, I had originally before the draft even started, I had Sanders being picked by the Steelers in the first round. But then as the draft went along, I was like, yeah, he's probably round 2. And then now I'm just like, what's happening? Like,
I don't
it's
know.
it's something that I'm happy about, but also like, what? There's no reason why this is happening. I am like 99% sure there is something going on behind the scenes that we do not know, and that they're not going to tell us until after the draft.
I think
you don't drop this high as a first round caliber quarterback and drop to the 4th round. Rodgers did not fall this far.
no. Rodgers did not fall this far. Rodgers was also, I think, a lot better.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the same situation where you have an arrogant QB who's supposedly really good, and he falls, and then he gets picked up later. But this is way worse than Rodgers.
And here's the thing that I will say is like anything I've seen from people who are like who talk to scouts, know scouts, anything with like who are familiar with actual like NFL level of scouting, did not look at Shadur the way that most people putting out their mocks did.
Yeah.
And I'll admit, like, a large part of the reason why I put Shadur where I did is because of how he valued, or his value as a starter.
Okay, no, he's here now. He wasn't there for a few of those ads.
It might be because they were running a shorter version of it.
Probably. That's still funny.
But yeah, I think that's a large part of it. Again, it could be possible that it's not even as much like, it could just be that he's difficult to work with. And his attitude towards certain things, not towards even the game, but the stuff off the field, his attitude.
That's what I'm hedging my bets on. That's probably what it is.
But it's just like, even still, how do you get so people who have insider information, how could you be so off? But again, he's
Well, they're not always reliable.
at the end of the day, it seems like he's being valued around Will Howard and Quinn Ewers, which at the end of the season, I would have been like, yeah, that seems fair. But I also would have been like, at the very worst, that's like second, like a fringe second guy.
Yeah.
Not, hey, they're going day 3.
Mm-hmm.
But to be fair, I also valued the quarterbacks. I valued all of the quarterbacks a lot higher than they went. I think. No, yeah, I valued them all a lot higher than they went, but I think that's also because teams are a little bit more content with quarterback. That's going to be interesting to see, though. Sanders just, and again, my prediction, Sanders is going to go wherever. And wherever he doesn't go, I have like Ewers is either Raiders or Rams, I feel like, and Howard is either Steelers or Rams.
I can see that.
I don't know why the redneckiness of like Ewers with it's the mullet probably.
It's the mullet, dude.
For some reason, wants to have me put him in L.A.
Yeah.
Las Vegas.
We don't know.
I don't know what's happening with Shadur, and I don't know where he's gonna go, and I don't know how many more quarterbacks go before him. But I think where it'll start getting ridiculous is if we see Riley Leonard, Kyle McCord going before Shadur, where it's like, so we're valuing him as
Not good.
as a long-term backup.
Yeah.
Like he's a backup quarterback, not someone who will sit and eventually start and develop a backup. Yeah. Is where you're valuing him. Yeah. Because I don't know. It's so weird.
Mm-hmm. But that's enough football for tonight. I think I'm burned out, bro. I mean, I love football, but there's only so much I can go at once. But bless you.
Thank you.
But thank y'all for joining us for this chaotic 2 days. Yeah, we've been very excited to live stream again, and the fact that we got to do 2 days of NFL draft is really good. I've enjoyed it. I know Will's definitely enjoyed it. But I guess going forward from this point, we've been talking about doing skits and stuff for this summer, doing some more of that. Change it up a little bit, obviously, because last year was we were trying things out. We weren't 100% sure on certain things. So we'll take it as it is. We're probably going to start doing scripts and stuff.
Yeah,
we'll very soon.
We'll start working on that stuff real soon here. Obviously, we'll wait for the draft to really officially finish.
Yeah, I would like to wait until at least a couple days after the draft is finished.
Yeah, well, that'll start up soon. We'll have probably So because we're not streaming tomorrow, because that would be that's like an all day thing.
I got stuff going
and yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll make some
post draft video.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say maybe we'll make like a post or something like in the Discord or on the channel about like interesting things, like just a comment, like say Shadur goes to a really interesting situation, maybe make a post on like the Discord or something,
or
but
on our YouTube page, yeah,
or
anything really.
But no, other than that, like you next time seeing from us or hearing from us, whatever, will probably be. We're gonna do something to react to this, whether it's just draft reaction, draft grades, kind of have to figure out how we want to do that. 'Twas fun indeed. I would have progressed.
I don't
I don't even know.
But yeah.
We'll have some videos. I mean, I think we're still gonna try and keep putting out a podcast video a week.
At least try to for a bit until skits get going and everything.
The hope is that we can do skits amongst the podcast stuff.
Yeah.
So like, still hoping for a podcast video a week, and then skits can be released amongst them.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'll be working on a summer camp this summer, so I won't be around 24/7. So it will be much of a time crunch for us. But
I mean, we'll definitely have some hiatuses because there's just also not that much in the draft.
exactly
Or
after
in the offseason.
after draft, it's kind of dead for a while.
It's just more.
I'm not
of a
expecting
conversation.
much to happen. So
Yeah.
thank you all for joining us. We appreciate all the love and support that we've been getting. This season's been a blast. Covering from preseason to draft. It's been a lot of fun. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's been a lot of fun, and we can't wait for next year. Next year is going to be a little weird because Will and I both graduate in the fall, which means what?
I'm not.
You're not?
No.
Oh, so never mind. Our scenery does not change. I was gonna say if we both graduate in the fall, then our scenery changes. But if
We'll
he's
have-
still here,
We'll have to see what happens next year.
yeah.
But
I mean, I'll be around for another year at least consistently, and after that, we're gonna have to figure out what the heck we're gonna be doing.
that's something for us to figure out down the road.
To be determined. But anyway, thank you all for joining us, and we shall see you very soon. See ya.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Have a good night.